You ready now? Are you? Oh, okay. I thought you needed more folks here. Okay. Very good. Good morning.
Well, 1 second.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. The time is now 10 o'clock on Wednesday, May 20th, 2026. Today is day 6 of the City Council review of the Mayor's proposed FY27 municipal budget. I am Jason Winston, Chair of the Finance Executive Committee. I am joined by Council Members Amos, Juan, and Norwood. Throughout the day, council members will cycle in and out as we continue this schedule. This morning, we will get started with the Department of Public Works, followed by Invest Atlanta. We will break for lunch, and then this afternoon session, we will have the Department of Aviation, Department of Grants and Community Development. And just want to remind our public viewing audience that tonight at 6 p.m., we'll have a public hearing for tax millage rate. And then at 6:15, we'll have a budget public hearing. With that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Turner and allow you to introduce your team.
Okay, very good. Well, good morning, Councilmember President Overstreet, Chair Winston, Vice Chair Juan, and members of council. I also want to acknowledge CUC Chair Hillis and Co-Chair Bakhtiari and their leadership. Collectively, we are making a better Atlanta. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Department of Public Works proposed fiscal year 2027 budget and to share our progress and ongoing work. I'm Commissioner Cyril Turner, Public Works Commissioner. With me today is Deputy Commissioner Keith Robinson to my right, and to my left, Melissa Davis, who leads our department's fiscal operations. We also have several members of our dedicated DPW team here for whom I am grateful today and every day. We are standing and building on shoulders. We lift as we climb. Public Works is one of the most visible touch points that our residents have with the city in Atlanta. Seriously, think about the fact that most other services in the city are on demand and unstructured, and it's in a moment that people need the resources that we have. We're there every week to be able to serve our constituents. So among the hallmarks of this presentation, we are shifting our key metric to focus on a reduction of volume of ATL 311 contacts. This is constituent reported, not self-reported feedback. Everyone hearing, seeing, or interpreting, be it from the constituents, MPUs, council members, or the mayor's office, will roundly agree that the reduction of ATL 311 contacts is a success. Using ATL 311 contacts, we have implemented a balanced scorecard. In the history of DPW, we have achieved industry-breaking improvements in a short period of time, and they're sustainable. You can also tell your constituents that we are adequately resourced, fully funded. Following the PACE presentation a couple of weeks ago, we've added other key positions. Constituents and employee-friendly productivity enhancements are in play, and we have a well-earned track record of fiscal responsibility. Pre-FIFA, we are addressing blighted areas. We've established a night shift that's already doing sweeping and right-of-way work. We have already generated 42 tons of debris around the stadium area. And we'll continue doing that up into FIFA and throughout the whole period for the next 2 months. We also are enhancing our illegal dumping capabilities. So before delving into more of this, and as a reminder, the department operates through 3 core service areas: solid waste, special services, and fleet, supported by the Office of the Commissioner. Together, these teams deliver the essential services residents rely on every day, including waste and recycling collection, yard debris removal, street sweeping, right-of-way maintenance, combating illegal dumping, and maintenance of more than 6,800 fleet units that support public safety, solid waste services, and citywide operation. Our mission is simple: to enhance the quality of life for every resident by providing safe, clean, and sustainable services throughout the city of Atlanta. We remain committed to supporting livable, walkable, and environmentally sustainable communities, leading to economic development, all while enhancing Mayor Dickens' vision for a thriving, equitable city. The fiscal year 2027 budget provides Public Works with all the resources needed to continue delivering impactful, consistent, high-quality core services across the city of Atlanta. Our work is reflected in every day in clean streets, well-maintained rights-of-way, timely responses to illegal dumping, and dependable support for special events. This budget ensures that we can sustain those outcomes and continue meeting the service standards that our residents deserve. Next slide, please. The organizational structure is designed to ensure strong insight, clear accountability, and efficient service delivery across all areas of Public Works. The structure aligns leadership and resources around our core vision and delivering safe, clean, and reliable public services that residents experience every day. So if you look at the organization chart, the key people on the top are our emergency preparedness and safety, and that's Yusef McCaskill. Also, we have Kim Rankins, who heads our communications. And also, we have Connie Harris, who's my support and my right hand, and I'm a right-handed man. Across the top, you have DC Robinson, and you can see the services that he supports there. And then also, you have, can't read that far, you have Melissa Davis, and she supports HR, finance, and other services. We also have fleet services that's handled by Director Fitzgerald. And then we have a new addition to our team, Tracy Hutchinson, who handles special ops as well as our curbside services. So we have a lot to be proud of, and this is a year in review and looking ahead. We have the inaugural Toucher Truck. That happened in July of last year, and this is part of the Mayor's Dickens Year to Youth. The Public Parks and Recreation we partnership with, and the inaugural Toucher Truck event involved over 250 kids as part of Camp Best Friends. This was in Adamsville, and there were a lot of fun activities for the kids where they were learning about our public service careers. Our employee prostate cancer screening was held in September. The Prostate Cancer Month Awareness Month was during that time. We partnered with the Morehouse School of Medicine and the Department of Human Resources. And we were really going after early detection of this very serious disease. And this was for our frontline employees. The Halloween Truck or Treat, we hosted this for at the Rodney Cook Senior Park. More than 250 kids were involved in that. We took time to teach them safety and also how to distinguish different types of recycling. We also had a senior outreach, and that was through from October to March, and that's at Washington Park Community Center. The Department of Parks and Recreation Senior Bingo at the C.T. Martin Auditorium and Recreation Center, and it involved about 150 seniors each month. And we were able to share valuable information about the departmental services and resources while fostering an environment that promotes connection, enjoyment, and community well-being. And so we are addressing our youth and our seniors and everyone in between. The APWA reaccreditation, we achieved 100% compliance. That is like acing the exam. As an old professor of mine used to say, you get an A+ when you write the key. And this was very much a case where our constituents wrote the key on this with 100% compliance. This was a year-long effort to be able to pull this together, and the accreditation lasts for 4 years. I want to thank the council for the proclamation that we received earlier this week on this hard work and the recognition. We also have the All Labor Has Dignity Employee Appreciation. On March 18th, DPW, in partnership with the Department of Human Resources, hosted its All Labor Has Dignity Employee Appreciation event. An event commemorated the anniversary of Dr. Martin Luther King's 1968 speech, all labor has dignity, honoring the spirit of Dr. King's words and reaffirming the principle that continues to guide public service today, that all labor has dignity. Bringing together over 200 employees for that day of recognition, reflection, and support for our employees' wellness, frontline and support personnel receive free health screenings, health-related materials, and fresh produce from city partners. It's bittersweet to say that a number of our employees were detected with life-threatening conditions, and they were treated immediately. Held during Women's History Month, the recognition celebrated the women who serve and lead this essential work in this male-dominated industry. Next slide. I'll describe this slide in more detail in a second, but earlier I mentioned that we're converting to objectively reported ATL 311 contacts. As in all service industries, our constituents seldom call to give compliments. So with that, I want to take as a personal point of privilege, I'm going to ask that for 2 votes in this presentation. By a show of hands, how many of you agree that reduction in volume of ATL 311 contacts is good? We introduced a balanced scorecard for curbside operations. As a former Delta SVP, this is something I borrowed heavily from my experience at Delta. The entire airline is run by this methodology. Using ATL 311 complaint volume by week for each of our curbside services by service area, this week's solid waste services scorecard reflects continued improvement in total ATL 311 complaint reduction. We are moving in the right direction with declining complaint volumes. Your staff will likely attest that a reduction in ATL 311 volume related to DPW. The mayor's office certainly has. We're eliminating performance variability across service areas, hence we are introducing a balanced scorecard throughout DPW. The next areas that we're addressing are the suite team and fleet. So if this can work for our hometown best airline, it can work for us citywide as well. So I will walk through the scorecard, and in particular, thank you. In particular, we are looking at 3 areas: missed solid waste, missed recycling, missed yard debris. And with this methodology, you predetermine the weighting of importance on the things that we're measuring. We have goals for each of the areas that we're measuring, and we have a score. And really the objective here is to try to get as close to 5.0 as you can. We did this by service area. And you can look at the green and red relative to the different service areas and the supervisors that hit those areas, and look individually at solid waste, recycling, and yard debris and see how they are performing at a glance. We can also look at facility and also the overall score. And so we also put down mileage for our supervisors because we expect them to be canvassing and making sure that the work is being done. And at the bottom, you can look at the green and red as well. And so I want to call out Service Area 3, which is headed by Supervisor Michael Swift. Service Area 5, and that's at Maddox Park, and that's Keemon Evans and James Scott. They're doing outstanding performance. And if you look in the lower right-hand corner, you have a score of 3.25. That was up from 2, and now we're heading in the right direction. And so if you look at the next slide, you can see the results of this work. And in particular, when we started this effort, we were at almost 300 complaints per week, and it went down at the CUC timeframe to 256. That's a reduction of 14% at that time during the CUC. Now we're down to 190, and that's a reduction of 36%. And so that's unprecedented in the measurement of using this metric. And so we are heading in the right direction. And that is something that we're proud of, and you'll continue to be proud of as well. Next slide, please. So other accomplishments, the APWA accreditation I mentioned as well. That's the American Public Works Association accreditation, and this is the 3rd time we were accredited. Fleet, we're ranked number 74. This is out of 39,000 North American fleet organizations, and it's among the best 100 fleet in North America. The Ford Pro Electric EV Training Grant, the fleet services demonstrating strong commitment to electrification. The Power of Beauty Award, and that's part of Keep America Beauty campaign. And that recognizes outstanding achievements in beautification, environmental stewardship, and community and corporate partnerships. And we also received a $70,000 donation through that effort. There were nearly 2,100, volunteer hours. Leading up to FIFA, I want to encourage you to have your constituents sign up for Hands on Atlanta and really look at beautification opportunities and other opportunities to really help our city get in proud shape. And so I want to encourage that. We also had about 185 miles of cleanup through these volunteer efforts. I'm going to also ask you for a moment of privilege here. How many of you are happy with having aligned suite people to your districts? Okay. I need not say more. So I won't ask you to vote on this. How many of you are excited about landfills? So the good news is that we're in good shape on landfills. We're hitting all of the requirements for the EPA. And we're doing the work. So you can be very comfortable that we're maintaining the landfills in a very responsible way. So what is new and improved? So and I'm going to take some time on this. We're introducing brown carts to implement for yard trimmings. Is a more efficient and safer approach to the collection of large volumes of brown paper bags. Carts reduce the manual lifting for crews, improve collection speed, and minimize litter and storm blockages that caused by torn or damaged water bags. They also support more reliable year-round service by standardizing how material is set out. Transitioning to carts strengthens yard trimming operations, improves worker safety, and enhances service quality for our residents. I want to take the firmest applauses here. This is the most demeaning work that we do. And I can't emphasize that enough. And we also are being exploited by landscapers that take advantage of our city's generosity. Within a few blocks of the mayor's residence, we happen to be there. The landscapers brought to us yard waste that they otherwise would have left behind. We have this exchange on video. This is typical. Within blocks of the mayor's office, we have landscapers leaving debris behind, and this is pervasive throughout the city. So it's plausible to believe on anecdotal accounts that yard waste is brought into our city for our employees to scrape up. Council members, above all, please vote for legislation to fund yard waste brown carts. This is one of the most simultaneous and consequential actions legislatively to add humility to our frontline employees, to increase service levels as demonstrated on the balanced scorecard, and to reduce expenses in the form of overtime and contract labor. This is a trifecta on legislation. We also have fuel system upgrades, infrastructure, and technology upgrades in the city's fuel systems. Working with procurement, we're in the process of sourcing enterprise fleet information system, and we are at the recommendation of the Department of Purchasing. We're looking at Sourcewell to be able to purchase this. We are also, as part of it, implementing a fuel management system as part of this upgrade. We also are able to improve our telematics capability and give insights to issues before they happen. Note that this is a phased approach because this is an expensive investment, and we're doing this to minimize the costs of the enterprise. The third thing that we're doing is residential disposal convenience centers, dispose of various material types, and curtail illegal dumping and improve service for yard debris. Council Member One, at your request, I'm in contact with Peggy at Charm to discuss the possibility of pop-up Charm centers. Next slide. FIFA readiness with the Department of Public Works. I want to express our appreciation for the leadership of COO Burks and the administration. Their consistent guidance, collaboration, and support have ensured that the Department of Public Works is well positioned to support the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Thanks for this support. Our fuel readiness, a critical component of our operational plan, is strong and on track. While global fuel market instability remains a monitored issue, we have advanced fuel preparations and funding needs with the Department of Finance, secured our agreements, and coordinated closely with public safety. These efforts place us in a confident posture to maintain uninterrupted operations throughout the tournament period. Our live deployment exercises and employee engagement activities are advancing, with final activities scheduled through late May and through early June. Final equipment deliveries are scheduled for this week. All major operational planning components, including operational deployment framework, FIFA zone map, configuration, workforce tool setup, and the operations dashboard, are fully complete. Our readiness planning has been deliberate and thorough, and we remain committed to delivering reliable, seamless services for residents and visitors alike. With the administration's partnership, Public Works is prepared to meet the demands of this global event and uphold high standards expected of our city. Rarick, our cart partner, is providing 80 95-gallon branded carts, 40 for landfill, 40 for recycling. And these can be reused for many of our citywide and local events. The Peachtree Road Race is in the middle of FIFA. And that's one of the biggest events that we hold every year. This is going to be a Herculean transformation of our city. We're going to go from FIFA events where the world is watching to the Peachtree Road Race, which is the heaviest lift that we have in any given year, and then reposition back into FIFA. This is something that no other FIFA city is having to do. And I just want to recognize our special ops team and the leadership that's here, and Tracy Hutchinson. So I want to give her a round of applause. Okay. Partnering with Coca-Cola for additional waste diversion outside the fan experience areas to provide trash and recycling bins to design to activate best-in-class recycling. So, staffing. None of Public Works progress would be possible without our workforce. 743 authorized positions, approximately 84% of positions currently filled. This does not recognize additional positions that we since have. Our priority continues to be backfilling essential roles. We're working closely with the Vacancy Review Board to support ongoing recruitment. So thanks to the Mayor's Office. Since February's reporting, Public Works has hired 14 new team members in critical operational positions. Recruitment remains active for key vacancies, including 3 drivers, 23 equipment service workers in solid waste, 3 vehicle equipment mechanics and fleet services, and we continue filling these critical roles. Next slide. Public Works remains fully committed to delivering the high-quality, reliable services that Atlanta residents expect and deserve. Consistent with the Mayor's pillars, the 2027 fiscal year proposed general fund budget is about $24 million, which reflects a 1% decrease from fiscal year 26. This allocation provides the resources needed to sustain strong service delivery and support operational priorities across the city. With this level of investment, the department is well positioned to continue meeting the city's needs and ensuring Atlanta remains clean, safe, and well maintained. The $2.4 million reductions in salary and group health costs align with the department's operational realignment. We are abolishing 19 general fund positions and transferring 16 positions to solid waste services. This ensures our staffing structure accurately reflects the work being performed and aligns resources with operational needs. This realignment is not a reduction in service. It is strategic, structural, and accounting correction that improves efficiency, supports service delivery, and positions the team where the demand is the greatest. Purchase contracted services is allocated nearly $3.5 million, which represents a $1 million or 22% reduction from fiscal year 26. Core services remain unaffected by this reduction. Public Works has identified operational efficiencies and technology that allow us to strengthen service delivery using our existing workforce. These efficiencies reduce our reliance on external right-of-way maintenance contractors while maintaining the service levels our residents expect. The remaining funding is fully sufficient to cover essential contracting needs, including waste disposal costs, facility security, building maintenance, and temporary supplemental staffing through First Step Staffing and the Center for Employment, a second chance employment partner. Supplies remain flat at $899,000. Special Operation uses this budget to purchase uniforms, PPE, office equipment, and small equipment such as mowers, weed eaters, and blowers. The capital outlays line item of $166,000 is a $53,000 or 24% reduction from fiscal year 26. However, the funding is adequate to source equipment needed to support right-of-way maintenance. Intergovernmental charges are budgeted at $1.8 million, which is essentially flat from fiscal year 2026 for fleet repair and maintenance. Other charges totaling $3.2 million, which includes debt payments for encampment equipment and ATL Cloud post-implementation support. The $3 million is being allocated to reduce the solid waste deficit, which is identified in the audit finding. As of the most recent audit, the solid waste deficit totaled $53 million. In keeping with our commitments to responsible financial stewardship, these funds are being applied towards repayment to help reduce the deficit and address the audit finding. In closing, Public Works remains focused on operational excellence, community partnerships, and delivering high-quality services to Atlantans. And that's what they expect and deserve. I am grateful to our dedicated workforce, to the members of this council for your ongoing support and collaboration. This concludes this presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner, for that overview. We did have a request if you could go back to the balance scorecard sheet and just briefly give a quick overview of that again, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I wanted the council president and the District 7 councilman to hear about the way that you did that, having been at Delta, and what that is doing to affect your operations.
Happy to, yes. So the balance scorecard, as I mentioned, is used throughout Delta Airlines. It's used in all departments. It's a really unique way to take different types of metrics that are unrelated even. At Delta, they look at Net Promoter Scores. They take a look at different service measures, costs per available seat mile, revenue, and they use different types of metrics. And at the beginning of the year, you take a look at what are the most important weightings for different types of measures. We're just now introducing this, so we're keeping it pretty basic at this point in time. But you will see this implemented throughout our organization. And what it does is really focus the attention on performance across work groups, across time. And so I'm going to take a moment and just describe that in a little more detail as it applies to this. And in particular, the three measures that we want to reduce from an ATO 311, again, constituent reported objective data, are solid waste, recycling, and also yard debris. And we break those out individually just so we can make sure that one doesn't outweigh the other. And we don't want to look at things in aggregate. We want to have discrete measures. And so we are looking at 25% weightings on each of the measures there, including drive time, because we want to make sure supervisors are spending time with their teams. For each measure, you have a score and you have goals. And the goals are different for each just because the historical performance has been different. And so you align the goals to match the historical data. and to really have room to grow and improve, but also recognize when we're underperforming. And so with that, we, in this case, have our different service areas. The supervisors can look across and see on any of those measures if they have a red or a green, and to respond accordingly. They can celebrate or realize they have more work to do, and then the in between. And so that delivers a score for each of those measures, and then that's weighted to get an aggregate score. We can also look at facilities, and they can see how they're performing on a relative basis, if they have green or reds. And then in the lower right-hand corner, you have the 3.25 score. The idea is to be able to get as close to the 5.0 as you can. But then you'll see in orange the 190, which is the aggregate number of complaints from a 311 standpoint, and we're watching that reduction. So that 190 that you see there was almost 300 when we started this in late March. So this is a really rapid decline in ATL 311 complaints. We continue to see that number go down.
Thank you. At this time, we'll get started with questions. We'll start with Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for the presentation. Let's start on page 8, the FTE position count.
Yes.
First off, I want to kind of reconcile where we were FY26 adopted to where you're going to be for FY27. So it's a decrease in 18 FTEs. Is that the abolishments that you talked about in the general fund? You said 19, but I just wanted to make sure everything ticks and ties.
Yes. We did have the abolishments that took place as well. And I'm going to go back to my notes here. Yes. So it was 19 that were abolished.
Okay, so that means that there's...
Councilmember Juan,
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. So the fiscal year 26 adopted personnel at 761. I think it was a timing issue. When the personnel paper for fiscal year 26 was approved and adopted, there was a reduction in the force of the 18 positions. They were all support positions, but so there's no impact to our operational areas.
Okay, so let me ask this then. The 19 general fund abolishments, is that coming additionally in the personnel paper we're going to see this season, or it's retroactive?
No, it's coming additionally for
Okay, so
fiscal year
there's more.
27.
What's the nature of those abolishments, just out of, like, what departments, which functions?
They were administrative support type positions in the general fund. No frontline employees were impacted.
Okay, and then the nature of the 16 that you're moving over to solid waste, can you tell me a little bit more about that?
I can address that.
Okay.
So in November, we moved operations from Chester that were really curbside services. We wanted to separate the different funds for transparency reasons. And so that was the reason for the transfer.
Okay, thank you. Next slide on page 9. There is, the first thing that jumps out, if you look at the adopted budget for 26 and to what the projections are, there's a $5 million, you're coming in $5 million under budget. Most of that is in personnel services as well as purchase and contract services. Where kind of help me reconcile that as well.
With the contracted services, we incurred a lot of contracted service expense for the yard waste.
Okay.
We hired temporary labor to be able to help us with that effort. And again, that is the most labor-intensive work that we do. We expect that to come down in part because of the brown carts that we want to implement. As for the other expenses, we also had some shifts that reduced that. But then there's some efficiencies that we have gained as well.
Okay. If I look at your overall budget request, which you highlighted, it's 120.5 versus 120.7, so it's a drop. But if we take a deeper dive into it, there's a lot of shifting of expenses from one to another. So, for example, your general fund is going down while your solid waste allocation is going up. Fleet's going down. Water over to watershed is going down. So what's happening there? And it's both personnel as well as other expenses like contracts. So help me understand the philosophy or the strategy around that.
I think I can take this question. So, Councilmember Juan, each of these funds support a different service area within the Department of Public Works. And so from the general fund, that allocation, the $24 million, supports our special operations or our common good services. And so that we just walked through what that reduction was. There's not going to be any impact to our employees or to our frontline workers. From the solid waste,
Wait, let's dive into that a little bit deeper. So
Certainly.
general fund,
Yes.
see a $2.1 million drop in salaries, and then a 1.9 increase, but it's because we're paying $3 million over to the deficit. So there is a drop, a significant drop overall in general fund. And you said it was because efficiencies, or I'm trying to remember what you said.
yes, so as Commissioner Turner mentioned, there are some operational efficiencies, but regarding the $2 million reduction, that again is, relates to the 19
Okay.
abolished positions. And then we're also transferring 16 positions over to solid waste to align that work with the actual funding source. Those 16 positions will support the bulk collection operation, which is a solid waste service.
Okay, but then if I look at your solid waste fund page, there's also a drop in personnel. So that doesn't align with my mind. If you're going to transfer positions over, I would expect a commensurate increase, and I'm not seeing that.
No, thank you for that question, and I didn't anticipate it. So just, full transparency, the salaries in a solid waste services revenue fund, they were overstated. My team and I, we actually worked through all of that, working with the Department of Human Resources, and we have reconciled the positions to what the necessary funding is. And so that's why you see that reduction there. And then we reallocated those funds to where they were needed the most, which are in the contractual area, contracted services.
Okay, water and wastewater, what jumps out is the decrease in capital outlays of $1 million.
Yes.
There's no description here, so what's...
Yes. Thank you for that question as well. So we have a great partnership with the Department of Watershed Management, and they did fund us for 3 sweepers this fiscal year. And so that's just a reduction of funding for additional sweepers since we did procure those this fiscal year.
Okay, and let's go over to close it out with fleet services. We're dropping that by 1.4 million total, and it's kind of all the lines are dropping, so.
Yes, sir. Just one moment here.
I'll go ahead and pick up on that. Part of it is the purchase and contracted services. We're seeking, and you'll see this later, 6 diesel mechanics, and that'll keep us from having to outsource as much as we do. And so that's going to be a great return on investment. We believe that for the heavy equipment that we have, we'll be able to handle in-house. As you can imagine, for heavy equipment, there's a huge markup, and so that will be addressed there. That's also supplies. We improved our inventory management to be able to address that. And then that also is commensurate with the capital outlays that you see as well at $400,000.
Perfect. It explains everything, so I appreciate that. You mentioned you want our vote on the yard waste container. Mm-hmm. Is that baked into this budget? Is it coming later?
It's coming later, so you will see that here shortly.
And do you have kind of a magnitude of what that looks like?
Do you recall a number? I want to say it's about 200,000 and change, but let me check.
Total?
I'm sorry?
Total?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I imagine that will hit the solid waste fund.
That's right.
So let's talk about that for a second. So obviously we're making a $3 million repay to the deficit of $53 million. Mm-hmm. It's good to see that. I guess, when are we due next to revisit the rate structure? Because when we approved painfully a couple years ago, the increase in rates, the whole intent was that we were going to not just cover our costs, but we would have funds being generated both to invest back in supplies, like kind of like the yard trimming containers, as well as significantly repay. And we're not seeing that 3 years in. In fact, we're now having to dip into the general fund to be able to repay that. So when are we due next for that discussion? Because I know we also baked in annual increases. So And what is our approach do we think we're going to take with that?
So we have a rate study going on right now that we want to introduce. As I mentioned, we have a $53 million deficit that's going on right now. If we were to just take a 2% increase for the next 3 years, that would generate another $35 million in deficit. So we're talking about an $88 million problem. And we need to address this very forthrightly. I can give you directional information on that now. We're still firming up the numbers. And so we grouped our services into 3 different areas. One is curbside services that include solid waste, recycling, and bulk. And so we're going to see a modest rate increase there. We also looked at our backyard services. The cost of that is astronomical. And so right now we have a verification process that we're required to do every year that's going on. And that's really to identify seniors and people who are not able to take their carts to the curb to make sure that we're providing those services solely to them. And so even though the cost of doing that business, keeping in mind the rate study is to determine the cost, so we charge the cost and not anything more, we have decided to not take a rate increase on what is going to be a multiples increase in costs. That is going to require that we change our operational structure to be able to handle those carts differently, to put it more in line with our curbside rate. And so we're going to have some of those changes forthcoming, and we'll communicate that in more detail. The good news also is that in our multifamily services, we're going to have a double-digit decline in the rates on that. But then the other thing we're going to add is an expansion of services. Right now, we only offer 2 times a week and 5 times a week. And so if an apartment requires more servicing, we don't have an offering. They have to jump to 5, which is more expensive. So we're going to introduce a 1 day a week, a 3 day a week, and a 4 day a week. And so you can scale up and down on that structure. For the brown carts that you mentioned, that's going to be the source of funding for that.
I'll look forward to that conversation. I think I was one of 2 council members that voted against the rate increase last time because I just was concerned about whether we were hitting it right, that we wouldn't find ourselves having these type of conversations 3 years in. I hope that we go back and look and see where we missed the mark, the assumptions we made, or I appreciate hearing kind of some of the new approaches that you're looking at. It represents almost half of your department's budget, so it is. The shifts in that will most impact your overall operational financial situation the most, and it is one because of it is a charge that we impose on our constituents. It's the one that we do hear a lot about, and so I'm glad to hear that there's a plan and there's a strategy, and I look forward to that conversation. Mr. Chair, that fields all my questions.
May I have one more thing on that? Yeah. We hired a firm that has operations in all of North America and Europe. This is what they do. I'm very confident with the study that took place. They also have an Atlanta office, and we worked with the local office, so they understand the special services that we offer in Atlanta. We provide way more services than a lot of the surrounding areas, and they took all of that into account. And so I have great confidence that we will address this. The $53 million was multi-decade, term type of accumulation. And so we are going to address this forthrightly at this point.
Well, I mean, I think your point being that's been a longstanding issue, and we've taken many, many swings at trying to redo, revisit, revamp to address that. And obviously we haven't been as successful as we might have hoped. I think the one thing that I will impress upon you during the future conversation is that the last thing I want us to do is do a fee study that basically just takes what may be an inefficient or moderately efficient process and just flips those fees over to our public versus really diving in and saying, what is the best practice? What is the if they're new models, if we need to completely flip the system so that we can be more efficient, deliver better, and then charge less, and then address the deficit. That's what I would like. I want to make sure we are having that discipline to look at. It sounds like the consultant you have probably does have the expertise and knowledge, so I look forward to that conversation.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Norwood.
Okay, I'm all about getting the brown bins because I think if we can get the brown bins as quickly as we can with messaging that says, you now have a bin, your yard waste goes in the bin, your landscapers do not get to put 35 bags outside your front door. So if it's $200,000, it seems to me that we ought to just roll on that. I mean, for employee morale, because I have heard y'all loud and clear several times now that that's the thing that's just killing them. And being a very little person, I understand trying to pick up one of those bags. I can't even move it, much less pick it up. But the point is, that's backbreaking work. And let's solve that in whatever way. Now, what you had said before was that with the brown bins, what happens if you have more than that? And so I think people will just as people decide to have a second green bin or a second blue bin, let's get those in their hands. You know, you're not going to be able to put bags out. So if you think that what you will have is more than one bin, then pay for the second bin.
That's right.
And we'll do this, but we're not going to go to, oh, well, I didn't know Joe Blow came from Hayhire, Georgia, and put out, and so now we're stuck with doing that because I think it's been a real issue for your employees, and y'all are frontline. The other thing is on the backyard service. I don't know if you know your competition, but your competition is Trash Can Valet, which is doing a lot of this backyard service, and they charge $25 a week. So for $100 a month, your bins are always taken to the street, and they're always brought back on whatever day, and they're always brought back the day before, and then always brought back the day of. So just a point of reference, they have a lot of they have a lot of customers with a lot of your older constituents. But I'd like, you know, if it truly is $200,000, let's do that. Let's do something really dramatic for the employees with a messaging that says, essentially, game's over.
Sure.
This is the way we're doing it. So I'd make a budget amendment for that. So
I appreciate your support. I'm familiar with the competition and what they do and don't do. So we are very much going to be competitive.
well, or turn it over to them. You never can tell. I mean, it might be a public-private partnership that makes some sense. Don't know. So thank you, guys, and thank you for your work. And I just got a nod from one of my colleagues. I'm going to get a second person who'll look for a budget amendment as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Backyard.
Good morning, y'all. Thank you for being here. My colleagues did a great job with their questions, and I actually only have compliments for you guys. And I wanted to tell you that I've looked at in our conversations with these departments and in recent days about staffing, about backfilling positions. Looking at what we saw a couple months ago with the yard waste pickup delays, and I believe you said you filled in 17 empty positions, and then I watched you all get caught up in a matter of, I think, 2 to 3 weeks. And I really have to commend the DPW requests and customer service team on that. Ms. Bonds is a saint. So I wanted to really say thank you for that, and I really hope that we lift up that model with our other departments as well, because it was tremendous to see. And I also really have to give the new process you have in place with suite officers per district. that has streamlined so many processes. I really want to give Philip Thomas a huge compliment because he's been a game changer for our district. As you know, we're tracking a lot of our own data and requests, and it has streamlined our DPW operations in District 5 so much. And I really also have to give a shout out to Tracy Chambers as well, and the team, because y'all have cleaned up some serious locations in District 5 this year already. And knowing that we have worked really hard to close a lot of our drug houses and drug locations, it has displaced dealers that are trying really hard to take root in new locations by building and dumping and doing other things. And some of those sites, I'm really happy to say that I know, because of the new systems you all have, that Tracy and Philip are going to be able to stay on top of those locations to ensure that we do not have a return. And again, it's because of the systems y'all have in place that we're able to do that, not as one-offs, but as an operational improvement. So I just really had to give y'all roses on that one, because it's been a tremendous shift, and I think it's something that we should all learn from. And just one random thought was speaking with some of the DPW employees, and I would encourage my colleagues for warehouses in your district, go by and have lunch or buy lunch for our folks, because I was able to learn so much from them just from the one time I've done it. And one of the things they constantly said about the yard waste bags, and I thought about this when Councilmember Norwood was speaking, was that people are putting bricks, they're putting rocks, they're putting those things in there, which is making their jobs tremendously difficult. And looking at other municipalities that are, that some of which we're larger than, are fining constituents for doing things like that. And honestly, I think that's a model that we should explore, because our employees in our city should not have to take that hit to accommodate laziness. So I think that if there's an opportunity to explore that at some point in time, obviously not in this moment, but I think that that's something we should look into, because one, it supports our employees, but two, I don't think we'd mind a new revenue stream. So thank you, guys. That's all I wanted to say. Appreciate the work y'all are doing.
Thank you for your compliment, and it's really the team.
And you have a tremendous one. Thank you all so much for the work you're doing. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Worthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for being here. You know, when you get in the queue behind Alex Wan, there's not many numbers questions left to ask generally. I raised my hand too late. I want to echo my colleague, Councilmember Bakhtiari's point. Kudos all around to you and your team. You know, it's not lost on me that your average citizen of Atlanta, you are their primary interaction with their city government, and y'all are doing outstanding work in constantly improving, which is a testament to all of you, and I just thank you so very much. Two quick questions, not directly related to the budget, tangentially related. Backyard services costs are astronomical. What safeguards do we have in place to make sure that we are doing that only for seniors that are truly eligible? Mm-hmm. And is that really a problem of people taking advantage of that when they are not truly eligible?
So we are going through the certification process. One of the changes that we made this year to really ensure that people need the service is we have doctors attest that they are of a certain age or a certain ability. And so you have third-party involvement on that. It is a problem, and it's not necessarily intentional. There's turnover of homes, and that service is there, and when the new occupant right. inherits it, they assume we should have it too.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah. But they are still paying a solid waste fee. It's just that it's a premium service, and so I think we will have a cleaner account this year than we have in the past, just because the process changed, and we're learning this year what we're going to do next year to make it even better. But changing the operations that we have, it's not as big of a penalty to us, so to speak, once we make those changes. But we'll continue to screen everything to make sure that we have those who really need it.
And then as the conversation went on this morning, I remembered something that we spent a pretty good bit of time on very early in the budget process when we were talking to the unions. What are your thoughts? Does fleet need to be a separate department? I mean, I know that conversation is a lengthy one that cannot be answered today, but I think it might be a good conversation to begin today. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because you add in fleet and y'all handle so much stuff, and your solid waste responsibilities are the ones that impact the citizens the most, while fleet is very, very important, but I think more impacts employees. The solid waste services, the constituents are the citizens of Atlanta. Fleet services, the constituents are the employees of Atlanta. Neither one of those are unimportant constituencies, but I feel like you have a duality of mission, and do we need to have that conversation moving forward?
So we have a great relationship with President Pagnotta, with PACE, and when I hear the suggestion of separating, what I really hear is that we need to have all fleet come through fleet at this point. We don't handle all of our fleets, and so I think that's the opportunity to have more comprehensive coverage. And so that's what I hear when I hear that suggestion. And so I'm in support of covering all fleet in the city and making sure that we address it. We are going to have capabilities that are going to invite more coverage as well with the diesel mechanics that I mentioned and so forth. And so I'm optimistic. I would, really take a wait and see type situation to see how we improve. Before fully answering that question. But the way I, again, hear it is we need to be able to handle all fleet.
And let me jump in here a little bit real quick as well, too. I think some of the frustration that we see from some of our mechanics, so when you have departments that are buying multiple different makes and models, it almost makes it impossible for the department to fix. So one of the things that we're going to probably be looking at as a department is kind of a fleet standardization. Just imagine if you have a BMW, you have a Ford, they go to the training on a regular basis. So in terms of streamlining the types of vehicles and makes of vehicles that we do get, it allows us to have the training. It also allows us to have the diagnostic tools. Then it also allows us to have other things that are responsible for make the fleet, more, profitable and also, more vehicle ready. So those are the kind of things I think that's really that we're going to really look at is in terms of the model itself. So
In standardization could lead to stronger purchasing power, which could lead to savings, correct?
I completely agree with you. And I think when you have those relationships with the OEMs versus these local dealers, you get a stronger, purchasing power. And then, the OEMs, hey, look, go for this dealer, whatever. We don't really care about who gets the credit, but we want to have that strong relationship. And by being the largest purchaser of vehicles and equipment in the Southeast, that gives us a tremendous amount of purchasing power and stuff. So that's one of the things we want to begin to knock down. So I think when we think about fleet and some of the frustration, I think that's part of that. And there's some other things in terms of a business model that we want to look at as well, too, because when you remove some departments not coming to fleet, it kind of overburdens the cost. So we'll be able to be in a position to recapture costs for the general fund as well, too. So those are things that we're actually looking at as well.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you for your good work. Mr. Chairman, that's all for me.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, you said a couple of things that is really true but need clarification on. Yes, we are a city of large events that shift to larger events. So with our current budget related but not budget related, with our current staffing, do we have any contingency plans if anything goes wrong? Because just like you was talking about the fleet services, I know Public Works block off streets, APD block off streets. What if we got a street block for FIFA? We trying to run a road race through there in this block. What is the contingency plan when things may go wrong?
Yeah, so for the FIFA footprint, we have 5 zones, and we have dedicated teams within those zones. We are necessarily using our own employees in the FIFA zone, and so we will have full control of that. We have technology where we can dispatch work and be able to take pictures of what needs to be abated and have the before and after type of pictures. But we're shifting people from curbside, and where we will get the relief is having temporary resources help us on curbside during that period where it's under supervision. And so we think we have a flex model that can accommodate for the unexpected, and we've planned for the unexpected. We're doing tabletop exercises right now and taking into account how we communicate with the JOC and other departments as well. I feel very confident in our special ops team to be able to work with that, but it's in coordination with our curbside team that we're able to address that. So I think we're in good shape on that. If that answers your question.
Thank you. In this budget, or well, not any adjustments to the current budget, expected overtime. Are you anticipating that as well?
But we will have some overtime, but we are managing that very closely. I'll give you an example. We have supervisors who would come out of the field to be able to receive trucks on our curbside operations, and they would get there in time for the first truck and the last truck. We've now shifted that to the manager of the facility because they were accumulating overtime during that time. We rather them be out in the districts surveying the work that's being done. And so that's an example of how our overtime is coming down. Also, on a year-over-year basis, we incurred a lot of overtime because of the yard waste. We think the brown carts are going to help us reduce that as well. And so the 2 line items in the budget that I think you're going to see dramatic improvement on, withstanding FIFA, is overtime and temporary labor.
Okay. How are we getting the word out to our residents that may be affected? Directly speaking about the neighborhoods west of Northside Drive, Vine City English Avenue, whose pickups are on Monday. First game is on Monday. Are we changing the schedule? I know you mentioned something about doing night work now. What are we doing to get that word out, and what is that word?
Yes, so changing schedules, people have their Monday, that's their day. And so we will have workarounds to be able to do that. It's no different than the week back in January, February timeframe. And I'm really proud of this team during that time frame. We had MLK on Monday. We asked everybody to shift the day back. And then you had a situation where the weather came in. And so where we would otherwise would have picked up on Saturday, we pushed it back into a condensed period. We can accommodate that, and that's just an example of how we can flex.
Thank you. A couple more things. If you could help our citizens out and speak to our private service people, there's still a noise ordinance, although they may not want to do a plan to work around FIFA. They still cannot be picking up trash in commercial areas 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So we can just remind them of that. That'll be helpful. Last but not least, at the very beginning of your comments, you talked about how much cleaning that has taken place in the neighborhoods and the area around the bins and the active FIFA area. That concerns me. Is that new dumping, old dumping? If it wasn't for FIFA, would we never picked it up? Clarify that statement for me, please.
So this is the illegal dumping you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So we are getting technology to be able to help us with that. There are 2 AI-enabled camera systems that we have. It's going to be self-contained, so we own the data, and there are different protocols and such to protect everything. But literally the cameras can detect what a mattress looks like, what tires look like, and also it will ping whenever there's activity around an area. We are deploying those cameras. We have 15 trailers right now, and we're putting both types of cameras on the same trailer because one has superiority in terms of license plate readers. And so what we will do is clean up an area, put the cameras or trailers in with the cameras, and be able real time to be able to capture any activity. Literally, our suite quality officers will be able to get a ping the next morning and see that there's activity. One of the challenges we have with current cameras is you have to read the entire footage. It will show the snippet of activity that's going to happen, and we'll have more evidence to present. I guarantee we're going to have more citations and more positive outcomes than we have right now. So we're going to have more activity in the illegal dumping area.
Thank you. I'm glad you talked about positive outcomes because this can end on a positive thing. Your sweet team, I have seen them on increasingly attending MPU meetings, increasingly going from, I don't know the answer to that, but let me get it to you and we'll have it next month, to the next month coming, being able to give the constituents answers and everything and actually moving projects forward, moving issues forward. So kudos to them as well, and whoever came up with the idea, God bless you. Mr. Chair, I yield.
All right, thank you. Council President Collier Overstreet.
Well, I actually have no questions at all, but I definitely did not want to miss this opportunity in telling you all thank you. Thank you for all that you do. I mean, the constant grind and hustle that I witness daily and consistently, it is very reassuring, and you give us confidence as council members and the president. But it is, it goes without saying that your budget, to me, reflects exactly the work that you've done and the work that I see out all the time. Your office in particular is very, very, very frontline. And people don't really consider that. They think frontline is always law enforcement or firefighters, but I absolutely commend all of you all the time. And you're so flexible. It just seems like we are keeping up with the times. Hearing about this brown bag, I'm glad to hear about it. You know, we really are the city in the forest, and especially in homes. All it really takes is like one bad, windy storm. Doesn't even have to be hurricane or any major storm. It could just be a regular storm with bad winds, and you will see a difference in the trash pickup on any given Friday. And I've actually, while a council member for the last 8 years before this year, I was given all kinds of different ideas of what directions we may take with our yard trimmings, and one was actually only coming like once a month. Well, that doesn't apply to the city of Atlanta. It just doesn't, because we are constantly putting in legislation to make sure we're protecting our trees, and I don't foresee us not having issues where we're going to have yard trimmings every single week. So being able to adjust and figure out ways to go forward that's safe for everyone and clean at the same time. I just appreciate the work that you do, and it's a testament to you how hard everyone works. You and the entire team. Thank you so much for being so responsive all the time too. I mean, we call you all with Lord knows what all the time, and I never feel like it's a problem. So thank you. Just wanted to say that.
All right.
Thank you, President.
Thank you. We have a follow-up question from Councilmember Norwood.
Okay, I'm back to the brown bins. And one of the things and the fact that you guys pick up these huge limbs. I mean, I am amazed at the size that I have seen, and they'll be cut in the appropriate length, but the width, the diameter is just, and so I don't know if y'all wait for the special equipment that can actually do that. So here's my thought, because I'm always about the bad guys. Bad guys will put really heavy limbs in those bins because they're bad guys. So when you are distributing the bins, there needs to be, no branches whose diameter is more than 8 inches or 20 inches or whatever it is that y'all know. So I would have length and diameter. So if you get your guys out there and they take a picture of just really outrageous stuff in one of the brown bins and they have the location, then we can hopefully solve that very quickly, because they will do that. just as they do the bags right now, that they know is wrong, but they do it anyway.
Yeah.
So let's make it really difficult for those guys. And say, camera technology will just ensure that everyone is conforming to this new service we are providing to make your lives easier.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I'll jump in here, just like Councilmember Worthy, I come in with a list of questions, and then when Councilmember Juan is done, I will scratch out like 90% of them because they've been answered. But I want to go back to the cameras for a moment. I know in the past, I think you all had 12 cameras that you were deploying around the city. One of the things that kind of seems to confuse me a little bit is, are we using these cameras to identify areas that have illegal dumping so we can go remedy that situation? Or are we using these to deter dumping? And if so, what are we doing to go after people who are actually doing it? Like, where's the enforcement side of this? And how are we getting to that?
It's both, but more the former.
Okay.
There's a deterrent piece of it, but it's also to capture evidence to be able to take to court.
Okay.
And so what we will do, I'll give you future state because we're improving in this area. When we have the camera footage, we'll be able to look at it real time. Unfortunately, a lot of the areas that we have, you can't tell when activity happened because it's already so bad. Sure. So we want to clean up everything, put the cameras in, and be able to catch real time the information. What you'll come to learn is we will have scorecards for everything. The suite quality team is going to have a scorecard. What's very prominent and has a heavy weighting is illegal dumping. And so you'll see more canvassing in the future than you did in the past. But when suite quality officers get pinged, they'll be able to get footage real time. And it's from 2 different camera types. And so we will have stronger evidence than we ever had before and say, from this camera, this is the angle and the information that we get. We'll get the license plate readers and be able to figure out who did it. And we will continue to cite, so there'll be many court dates on the same incident. So I think we're going to have the best evidence that we've ever had, and it's going to be impenetrable.
Okay, so or do you still have 12 cameras in inventory, and are you converting these to these AI new?
We're converting, and it's 15.
Okay,
and so we're starting with our worst sites, and then as we get more convictions and attention, we'll move it, accordingly to, the next worst site, so to speak.
Okay. Only thing I'll add to that, some of us have pretty vast districts. Having one camera in those districts sometimes doesn't seem to be enough, and so we know his district is clean, but there's some of us that need more of those cameras deployed to discourage some of the illegal dumping. So we'd love to try to figure that out in the budget if that's something we need to take a look at now, or whether or not we can do that later. But obviously, the evidence will be in whether or not we are seeing a reduction in illegal dumping once we get these new AI technology-based cameras deployed. I did want to go back to the fleet services a little bit. Would you say that downtime is more of a reason because of routine maintenance, or is it because of the age of our fleet?
It's both, but the age of our fleet is really old. We keep attention to, or pay attention to how much it costs to maintain the fleet relative to the original purchase price of the fleet. We have fleet that has multiples of maintenance costs relative to the original purchase price. We have fleet that's approaching 20 years. And so we have a fleet replacement plan that we're going to bring forth as well to replace the fleet. That's also going to drive down costs. We were talking about, the fleet budget as well. And so having newer fleet will require fewer touch points. But then on the maintenance piece, we need to make sure that vehicles are coming in on a regular basis. We're looking at different ideas to be able to do that, to shift hours, for example, for downtime for the fleet. And so we can get the fleet to come in and have it operable by the next day. So we're looking at creative things.
All right. So when are you planning to introduce that phase-out plan?
We're having that conversation right now.
Okay. All right. And then lastly for me, you mentioned that the backyard service was very expensive. Can you just kind of touch on why it's so expensive?
Yes, because you have two people on a truck, two different trucks pulling backwards into a driveway, and you don't have enough density. You don't, so you have a lot of cost, but you don't spread it across a whole lot of households, and so the cost per household is prohibitive. But literally, if we were to charge what it really costs, it would be about double what we're charging right now, and then with inflation as it is, fuel and everything else, the cost will not only double, but increase rapidly, given the inflationary pressures that we have right now. So that's what makes it really expensive.
Okay, got it. Any other questions, comments from colleagues? Councilman Bectar.
Sorry, I just have one question about suite. When you talked about citing, could you walk through what the municipal process is? I know that I didn't know if that qualified under interim or anything. I know that we're transitioning to court, so I was hoping you could kind of walk through from the moment of citation to the end.
So I'll go back to illegal dumping. Once we get a license plate, we are able to track down the address of the person that car is registered to. And we will go to the house and cite them in person. If we can't see them, we'll mail it, and we can have multiple sightings on the same event. Eventually, we'll get that individual. They'll be in contempt if they don't show up. And so we will grind that citation until we get some type of activity. And then if we are successful, and I think we're going to be way more successful with the evidence we can bring forth now, they will be fined. And so that's generally the process of how we do it. But then we do other citations as well for various things. But we have code. What I will say is we are limited in how much we can fine. I would love to fine more.
When you say limited specifically, I mean across the board with how much we can fine?
I would say for illegal dumping in particular, since it's the most heinous thing. So we can get the message and have more of a deterrent by frequency of fines as opposed to magnitude per event.
Okay, thank you. I don't think any of us here would have an issue with raising fines on illegal dumping. But, some of it's, I know. So go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, if I can add one more thing, the convenience centers that I mentioned too should deter illegal dumping. There's a place they can take things, and we'll gladly abate at that point. But we will determine where to put the convenience centers. But that's another avenue that we're taking as well.
I'm so sorry, Chair. I know something that just occurred to me. A lot of the folks that are doing illegal dumping, that I've come across doing illegal dumping, are folks that are lower income, that cannot afford or do not know of different options. Is there an educational component to serving the citation, like explaining this is why, this is what you can do instead, and if you need like help, you can call X, Y, and Z?
We'll take that up.
Please, thank you.
And also to add, as we think about illegal dumping as well, too, just to give you another function that our SWEET team does as well, they visit the tire shops as well, too. So they're actually evaluating the manifestos, the tires, and everything else. So if someone does not have those up to date, there's actually court as well, too, which is assigned to them as well, too. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing that we don't have any other questions, we will move on to our next presentation. But Commissioner Turner, thank you and your team. I don't normally try to speak for my colleagues, but I think I speak on behalf of all of us when I say, please thank your first line workers for us. They do so much for our city, and so we are forever grateful for them. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
All right, everyone, we're going to keep this show going and get started with our next proposed budget. We welcome up Invest Atlanta, Dr. Clementis. I'll turn it over to you to let you introduce your team.
Yes, thank you so much for having us. I'd like to start the presentation by just shouting out, Councilmember, someone on your team. So we were sitting in the back waiting, and Jasmine came up and said, "Hey, do you have a presentation?" I was like, did I need to have presentations? I missed that. She saved the day. So I just want to say thank you, Jasmine. I really appreciate it. So. Okay, so I'm really excited. My name is Dr. Eloisa Clementich, President and CEO at Invest Atlanta. I want to take this opportunity to start a little bit about our vision and our mission. So we've been doing a lot of work at Invest Atlanta through our economic mobility strategy, which you will hear from Lori. And what we realized was there was a need to revisit our mission and our vision. So we pulled together the Invest Atlanta team and stakeholders. And what I'd like to show is just a revised vision and mission statement. So our focus really is on this inclusive growth, innovation, and a neighborhood strategy that really benefits everyone. And you will see that in both the vision and the mission that Invest Atlanta has adopted. I would also like to present our core values. We have 5. We went from 11, and when I asked the team who could tell me one, I didn't even know them. They were so long. But this way we said, if they're core, they must be who we are. And so we got together again, and really these are our core values that we live by. It's in our office and we talk about them often. People first, always. We will continue to be the #1 champions for Atlanta in every sense of the word. We're going to value partnerships because there's a lot of work that needs to be done, as the mayor says, the group project, and we can't do it by ourselves. We will continue to ardently innovate. I truly believe if we're not continuously trying to get better, you fall behind. And lastly, we're going to lead with integrity. So what you see before you is the Invest Atlanta team. But we are not here to talk about all the verticals at Invest Atlanta. So we're not here to talk about our real estate operations. We are not here to talk about our community development operations, because the budget that you provide to Invest Atlanta is specifically for economic development services. So today, we are going to focus on our economic development work. I believe economic development is not a nice to have. It is a critical investment a city can make in its future. When the city invests in economic development, it's investing in jobs. It's investing in opportunity. It's investing in stability and long-term prosperity for its residents and its neighbors. This results in the creation of jobs at a higher quality jobs. It expands the city's tax base. It attracts new private investment into the city. It's key to supporting our small businesses that represent over 99% of all the businesses in the city. It improves the overall quality of life for our residents and our businesses, builds long-term resiliency as well. But Atlanta is not just competing with other cities in Georgia or even the Southeast. We are competing globally, and that competition is intensifying. Atlanta has a unique global advantage, and we must leverage it. Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, it's just not an airport. It's one of the most important economic assets in the world. And as the world's busiest, most connected airports, it gives Atlanta unmatched global accessibility, a competitive edge in attracting multinational companies, a logistics and supply chain advantage, and a gateway for tourism, trade, and international commerce. Cities around the world would do anything to be Atlanta. But as the airport alone, it is not a guaranteed economic success. It only becomes a success if we are leveraging that competitive advantage when the city invests in economic development infrastructure needed to capitalize on it. When the city invests in economic development, it's not just funding programs, it's building the conditions for long-term success. Cities that fail to invest in economic development quickly fall behind. Cities that invest strategically are the ones that grow, innovate, and create opportunity for resilience. These outcomes do not happen by accident. They happen because the city makes intentional, sustained investments in economic development. Every dollar the city invests in economic development is multiplied, as Lori will talk about. That is why the city's general fund commitment here matters. It's not just a budget line item. It is a statement of what kind of Atlanta we want to build together. I look forward to continuing to talk, and I'm going to introduce now Nino Chiappetta is our amazing CFO who will talk about some of the specific numbers in terms of the allocation, and we thank you for your support. And this department and the economic development effort is led by the amazing Lori Prickett, who's our Senior VP of Economic Development. Lori.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clementish. Behind every project, partnership, and opportunity in Atlanta is this dedicated team, and I am incredibly proud to lead them. This team spans more than 50 years of economic development experience, with deep experience spanning small business lending, SBA financing, agribusiness, environmental consulting, technology consulting, entrepreneurship, and executive leadership, including first-hand experience building and scaling companies and raising capital. Atlanta's small businesses continue to navigate a challenging environment shaped by rising opportunity costs, access to capital constraints, workforce pressures, and evolving consumer habits. The strong demand for support is reflected in more than 1,087 businesses served and $10 million deployed through grants and loans. As we focused on helping entrepreneurs stabilize today while positioning them to grow and compete for tomorrow. The data also reflects our commitment to inclusive growth, with the majority of our support reaching Black-owned and women-owned businesses, while directing resources into neighborhoods that have historically faced disinvestment. Data is one thing, but an Atlanta is behind every statistic. A dream, a family, an entrepreneur working to build something meaningful in our city. This slide reflects that reality, highlighting businesses like Kayla's Italian Ice, who happens to be in Councilmember Dozier's district, where access to capital and support can turn local talent into growing enterprises that create jobs and opportunity. It also shows that our loan activity remains an important tool, with 14 active programs and continued demand year over year, demonstrating that Atlanta's small businesses are seeking practical pathways to start, sustain, and expand. Invest Atlanta's investment in small businesses isn't just capital. It's about visibility, validation, and opportunity. Through Invest Atlanta's social media and storytelling platforms, we intentionally celebrate Atlanta's entrepreneurs, amplify for new customers, and ensure residents see tangible examples of growth happening in their communities. Now, promotion is just as valuable as funding. This snapshot reflects sustained momentum in Atlanta's economy and the strength of our collective economic development ecosystem. Since 2022, Invest Atlanta, alongside our city, state, county, and regional partners, has helped secure major headquarter relocations and expansions, representing nearly 8,000 jobs and more than $266 million in investment, demonstrating that top brands continue to choose Atlanta to grow, hire, and invest. Importantly, projects of this scale are never won in isolation. They are a result of coordinated strategic partnerships across government, business, higher education, utilities, and regional organizations, all working together to advance Atlanta's competitiveness and economic opportunity. This slide reflects one of our core responsibilities, helping Atlanta remain competitive for new investment while supporting the companies that are already choosing to grow here. In 2025, those efforts helped us drive 3,967 full-time jobs created or retained, including 3,100 new jobs across the city. Just as important is the quality of those opportunities. Of the new jobs announced, 1,730 or 38% of those meet our good jobs, and that's $40,000 to $80,000 plus benefits. And that is our gold standard, meaning they offer stronger pathways to economic mobility for Atlanta residents. The Shriners Children's Project is a strong example of how Atlanta wins in a competitive environment through world-class institutions, talent pipelines, and partnerships like Georgia Tech, and a business climate where innovation can thrive. Our role is continue to create the conditions where companies choose Atlanta, stay in Atlanta, and grow in Atlanta. Food access is not just a public health issue. It's an economic development issue. Our 2025 strategy focused on strengthening neighborhood retail ecosystems through technical assistance, catalytic grants, business retention and expansion support, and innovative public and private partnerships designed to expand access to fresh food in underserved communities. Through a combination of direct investment and strategic partnerships, Invest Atlanta supported 34 food access projects, deployed more than $1.23 million in funding, and helped activate over 233,000 square feet of food retail space. And I'm sure you're asking, Lori, what does that square footage mean? It's the equivalent of 6 grocery stores, demonstrating a scalable approach to neighborhood economic revitalization and community serving retail. This work is producing measurable impact for Atlanta residents and local businesses alike, with more than 657,000 estimated people served, a projected 4.5 million in total economic impact, and participating technical assistance cohort members reinforced that from reporting that an average of 12%, they saw a 12% increase in weekly transactions, reinforcing that equitable access and economic growth can advance together. Our Atlanta Local Legacy Initiative focused on preserving and strengthening the long-standing small businesses that help define the character, culture, and identity of our city. These businesses are more than storefronts. They are community anchors, they're job creators, and they're part of Atlanta's story. With $300,000 awarded by this city council, and thanks to the vision and leadership of Councilmember Dozier, we launched phase 1 of a practical support model that combined visibility, technical assistance, and direct investment into Atlanta's small business ecosystem. That work included the Local Legacy Business Registry and app, targeted marketing and promotion, legacy empowerment grants for 20 businesses, food access technical assistance for legacy neighborhood grocers, and creating both immediate support and a stronger long-term foundation for community businesses. Just as important, we created moments to celebrate and connect with these entrepreneurs through launch events, grant celebrations, and here's the most important, intergenerational business programming. Our goal is simple, to ensure Atlanta's legacy businesses are not only honored for what they've built, but supported for what comes next. This slide reflects how international economic development strengthens Atlanta's long-term competitiveness. Foreign direct investment is a powerful driver of job creation, capital investment, innovation, and global connectivity, helping diversify our economy while reinforcing Atlanta's position as a leading city for business. Our priorities are focused and practical, deepening relationships in strategic global markets, aligning outreach with high-growth industry clusters, such as technology, manufacturing, life sciences, and converting international interest into real projects and jobs for Atlanta residents. The pipeline pipeline data shows encouraging momentum, particularly in sectors where Atlanta already has strong competitive advantage. A major priority ahead is leveraging the FIFA World Cup as a once-in-a-generation economic development platform, using Atlanta's global spotlight to convene investors, business leaders, and international partners through targeted summits, site visits, and business events that convert short-term attention into long-term foreign investment well beyond the final match. Tech, manufacturing, and research and development are the clear leaders in our international pipeline, showing Atlanta's strongest global demand is concentrated in innovation, advanced industry, and high-value job creation sectors. As you can probably tell from my accent, I am not originally from Atlanta. However, Atlanta helped build my foundations through my time at Georgia State University, go Panthers, and those experiences opened the door to a truly global career, working across multiple international markets, serving with a foreign embassy and consulate, and gaining more than 20 years of international experience. Today, it feels like a full circle moment to bring those experiences back home to Atlanta and help drive the city's foreign direct investment and global economic development efforts.
This slide shows our budget trend for the last 4 years, with fiscal year 27 proposed at $3 million. It also shows our proposed headcount of 21 broken down by operational area, with the largest area being small business. Next slide, please. This slide shows the fiscal year 27 proposed budget of $3 million, broken down by operational area, with the largest area being small business. Next slide, please.
Following a rigorous RFP and engagement process, for the past 7 months, we have been working with Ernst & Young to develop Invest Atlanta's Economic Development Strategic Action Plan for the next 4 years. In true Atlanta group project spirit, this process has been intentionally inclusive, bringing together public, private, higher education, nonprofit, and community stakeholders to help shape a shared vision for Atlanta's economic future. I also want to take a moment to thank Councilmember Winston for his deep engagement and commitment throughout this process, including attending both virtual and in-person sessions along the way, as well as Councilmember Westmoreland, who has been a valuable addition to our Economic Development Committee and will be instrumental in helping hold us accountable as we move from strategy to execution. This slide outlines the strategic framework guiding Invest Atlanta's work over the next 4 years. It's designed to focus our resources where they can create the greatest impact for residents, neighborhoods, and the city's long-term economic competitiveness. The first pillar is job creation and economic mobility for Atlantans. That means attracting and growing business, strengthening our incentive tools, and connecting residents to quality employment opportunities so economic growth translates into household opportunity. The second pillar is advancing entrepreneurship and small business growth. Small businesses are the backbone of our neighborhoods, and our role is to help entrepreneurs navigate resources, access capital, and scale sustainable enterprises across the city. The third pillar is shaping Atlanta's future through technology and innovation. Atlanta is already a leading tech hub, and our opportunity is to build on that momentum through investment attraction, stronger innovation ecosystem, workforce upskilling, and access to growth capital. The fourth pillar is neighborhood reinvestment, housing, and commercial vibrancy. Economic development must be place-based, ensuring that growth is felt not only in major corridors, but in neighborhoods through housing, healthy retail environment, and vibrant business districts. Taken together, this strategy is about balanced growth, creating jobs, supporting entrepreneurs, embracing innovation, and investing in communities so more Atlantans benefit from the city's success. This slide looks ahead at our priorities for this year and how we intend to build on the momentum of the past year. Our focus remains practical, measurable, and centered on creating opportunity for Atlanta residents and businesses. First, we will continue to strengthen small business ecosystem by expanding access to capital, improving navigation of city resources, increasing outreach, and deepening connections between entrepreneurs, workforce partners, and communities. We will see opportunities opportunities to generate sustainable revenue through strategic public and private partnerships. Second, we will sharpen our industry cluster strategy to advance Atlanta's position as a top 5 tech hub, enhance global competitiveness for foreign direct investment, and activate strategic assets across sectors such as applied AI, advanced industries, clean energy, and future workforce readiness. Third, we will remain focused on jobs and capital investment by attracting high-impact employers, supporting the expansion and retention of existing businesses, leveraging strategic sites and infrastructure, and advancing neighborhood reinvestment. And finally, we will continue prioritizing food access and community well-being, because stronger neighborhoods, healthy residents, and vibrant neighborhood corridors are essential to a thriving economy. In short, this year is about disciplined growth, supporting small businesses, competing for the industries of the future, creating quality jobs, and ensuring every part of Atlanta can participate in the city's success. And we feel this strategy is very complementary of the mayor's NRI. Our financial year 27 healthy food strategy focuses on practical neighborhood-based solutions to expand access to fresh food across Atlanta. First, we will continue pursuing traditional grocery investment, including attracting major supermarket operators and opening the second Azalea Fresh Market on Campbellton Road. Second, we will strengthen neighborhood markets through improvement grants and tailored technical assistance, helping existing local stores grow and better serve their communities. We will do that through the Healthy Food Financing Initiative, which is federal funding that we were awarded. Third, we will support innovative models such as nonprofit grocers, mobile markets, technology-enabled solutions that can close gaps and more quickly and flexibly. And finally, we will advance policy and research efforts to better understand barriers in food retail and long-term systems change. In short, this strategy is about using every tool available, large stores, local markets, innovation and policy to improve access citywide. This slide reflects an important principle of economic development. Strategic public investment creates a return that comes full circle back to the city and its residents. Through business attraction, expansion, job creation, and private investment, Invest Atlanta helps generate long-term tax revenue that far exceeds the city's annual investment in our work, demonstrating a return of more than 7-to-1 in 2025. In many ways, this is a circular movement model where the city's support helps drive growth, and that growth in turn strengthens the city's future capacity to reinvest in neighborhoods, infrastructure, services, and opportunities for Atlantans.
Thank you, Lori. As you can see, Invest Atlanta has been very busy. But one thing I would like to do is just quickly highlight that Invest Atlanta is currently undergoing a recertification of the Accredited Economic Development Organization through the International Economic Development Council. We initially earned this accreditation in 2022, but I must say that this is really a privilege because only 1% of all economic development agencies in the entire nation have this designation. For Invest Atlanta, this recertification is a process. It's an opportunity to reaffirm that we are operating at high professional standard in our field. IEDC reviewers meet with the board, the stakeholders, and the staff to assess whether we demonstrate the leadership, governance, and strategic alignment and operational excellence expected of AEDO. Their evaluation covers the organization structure, our finance, our community engagement, our program effectiveness, and our long-term planning. In short, the AEDO accreditation is not just a badge. It also signals trustworthiness, professionalism, and impact. It validates that Invest Atlanta is not only doing the work, but doing it at a level that places us among the top economic organizations in the United States. So if we look at 2010 to 2025, these are the economic development impacts that we've been able to provide here for the city of Atlanta. We want to thank you for your partnership, your belief, and continue to work together to make Atlanta the most vibrant place to live, work, and to raise your child.
All right, thank you, Dr. Clementich, Nino, and Lori. I always say Lori could share the worst news ever, and it would still make you happy because she could narrate it. We're gonna start with questions from colleagues, starting with Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you all. My apologies for arriving late and then being the first person to ask questions. I joke when other folks do it, but here I am. So this morning I had my oldest daughter's kindergarten graduation, so that's why I'm being late. But
Congratulations.
Thank you so well. Congratulate her, who still got another 11 years to go in the school system. But in the spirit of seeing our babies grow up and mature, I want to ask about Atlanta Local Legacy. I recognize that last year we kicked it off. And the companies and organizations that were able to participate in the program so thus far with the grants and the technical assistance have been very happy with what they've received from Invest Atlanta so far. So kudos to you and your team for making a vision of mine a reality and making it as big as it is. I'm really excited. And I'm also excited to see what the next generation of it will look like. And, I recognize that a lot of the grants that we were able to provide came through TAD funding. But I've talked to several local legacy businesses who are appreciative that the program exists, but are outside of a TAD and want to know if there are opportunities coming up that they'll be able to either receive funding opportunities, receive low interest rate opportunities, those sorts of things that can help them survive in the economic climate that we're in today. And so that's really my question is kind of what's the next generation of the program looking like? What can we at City Council do to ensure that that program remains successful? And like I said, I want to see all my babies grow up. And so this is one of my many babies that I have. So.
Yeah. Two things just make me smile. Wait till you get to university. We got a long way to go. Let me focus. Local legacy, yes. Two components of what you said. The first one is we are really excited, and I do want to call out my colleagues at Information Technology Commissioner, to skip me. Thank you. Yes, he's been amazing. All the kiosks that are on the streets. We were able to get nice free city space, and all of the local legacy are now on the kiosk. So if you are on there and you're arriving, I'm thinking World Cup, I want to go eat, the best place for, from a legacy business, you'll be able to find him. So I want to thank him for his support. But really the idea is how do we drive business to you? So we've leveraged that. But in terms of your other question about grants, it's our understanding that there may be an opportunity for future funding coming. We've got the infrastructure, which is great. So as soon as we get it, identify the source, we're ready to move. But I would just echo that has been one of the best programs that I have seen about how we've leveraged not only the funding, but the technical assistance, driving business. I mean, we've really pushed it as much as we can, and we're going to see it continue to grow.
Thank you so much. And I know there are a number of advocacy organizations who are very interested in this program. I don't know if y'all spoken with Kindred Futures. I know they used to be Atlanta Wealth Building Initiative, and they've had a rebrand. But they've been very interested to see this grow into maturity, to get to university, right, for Atlanta Local Legacy. So I would definitely want to lean on those partner organizations to figure out what should that pathway look like to get this program into the level of maturity that we know it should or can be. So I would love to continue to keep these conversations going. And I just want to say thank you, Dr. Clementich, for your leadership and just the whole team in making this happen. So.
We're excited to be working with Kindred Futures. Why do I spirit? Kindred Futures. We had an opportunity with Wells Fargo. If you recall, we received that $20 million grant. We created a pilot program for commercial because just like a resident who's susceptible if they rent their home to increase in rent, same thing happens on the business side. So under the Wells Fargo program, we launched a pilot. It has been so successful for entrepreneurs. It's a down payment assistance for entrepreneurs. So you get up to $250,000 in a loan, interest rates 3%. You make minimum payments for 10 years. At the end of the 10-year, your loan burns off and it turns into a grant. the reason we put the 10 years, we really want long-term selling into Atlanta. We also are refunding the fund, right, through the payments back, but that has really been an opportunity. So when we talked to Kindred Futures about this as well, they were very interested in that, and now we're actually working together to identify additional funding so we can continue to grow that program. So they've been key partners for us.
That's amazing, and that's a good segue to actually question I wasn't thinking about until just now, but a lot of my businesses that aren't legacy businesses don't have as many opportunities for these grant programs. And I know Atlanta Beltline has a commercial subsidy pilot program. I don't know if Invest more broadly is looking at these sorts of programs and what the implementation could look like. I know when we evaluate projects for TAD funding, for instance, we look at the affordability mix. We have, guidelines centered around making sure we have 60%, 80%, 100% AMI units baked into projects that are receiving public subsidy. And I shared this when we launched the Atlanta Local Legacy Program, that while we need to be doing more to protect our legacy residents, we got to do more to protect our legacy businesses. I feel the same way about just some businesses in general. We have a lot of small businesses that are anchoring our communities in big ways, haven't hit that 30-year threshold, and taxes trickle down to high rents. Cost of labor, cost of tariffs and commodities is making harder for smaller businesses that don't have the economies of scale to operate nationally or statewide to be able to compete in this market. And so any opportunities for, I guess this is a long-winded way of asking, are there commercial subsidy programs that y'all are looking at to provide stabilization for these smaller businesses that are anchoring our communities?
That's one of the things. So right now we had the down payment assistance, but Kindred Future specifically looking at rents. What we see is they need the urgency today. They can't cover their rent today. So we're working on creating a program that will allow us to do that together. So,
okay. And
Lori, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, and I thank you for mentioning the Beltline and their consortium for affordability. Councilmember Winston and I have been at many sessions where we have been great partners in that, and that's something that we are also engaging with other economic development partners as well, meeting businesses where they are really getting a pulse for the needs for future funding. Because like you said, I have 14 loan programs now, and they will continue to evolve based on the needs. So I really appreciate you highlighting that, and we will definitely be moving forward.
I appreciate that. And as y'all are looking at the viability, or as y'all have y'all's internal staff rubric for projects that y'all are willing to get behind and present before the Invest Board for support, I would love for y'all to look at commercial affordability as part of that rubric. So not just like having the programs available, but making it part of y'all's decision-making matrix as far as what gets presented before the Invest Atlanta Board. So,
Will do.
Mr. Chair, you'll...
Thank you, Councilmember Martin.
Good morning, team. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions that I have really are around economic development as we think about Southwest Atlanta and the parts of the city that are out of downtown and the city's urban centers. We have lots of available land, lots of retail and shopping centers that, really do need reinvestment. So my question is, as we think about our future economic development strategy, attracting businesses and new investment into the city, I'm new to council, but a long-time observer. If I remember correctly, our last sort of major attraction of a new business here was maybe NCR, Porsche of North America. And if there are others in between that, please forgive me. I was running a campaign last year. Okay. But I would like to know kind of what is our thinking around, thinking about corridors like Campbellton Road, as we, bring online our great grocery store that's coming, but that kind of large-scale investment, attracting large-scale developers, large-scale businesses to the area.
Yeah. I'll start, Lori, and you can add in. So two things that we've done. We've been really purposeful trying to figure out what we can do with the corridors. So we will take businesses that are looking to relocate from other countries or just anywhere, and we will take them to those areas. And oftentimes they get to choose. if they choose a different location that's not south, and then we ask why.
Sure.
And we try to understand so that we can address those issues. So that's the first. But the second one is, how do we help create catalytic investments in South Downtown to then see and fuel more of this catalytic investment from local entrepreneurs where we're seeing the most success. And so we've done it a lot now. Someone on Lori's team, Kelsey, is now working kind of half-time on the ED side, which is what today's conversation, but half-time on the CD side now too, because we want to ensure that there's this coordination and effort. So our investments on one side of the house, which happen to be the TAD, ensure that they are being very strategic with the economic development side. So really leveraging both the tools that we have so that, and now you're seeing a lot of times is that we'll make one investment across the street, one other, so that all of a sudden we're kind of creating, even though they're smaller, that they're creating catalytic in numbers and that you start seeing a different certain part of areas. And that's been successful for us so far.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't know if Lori had.
Yeah, Council Member, I love that you asked that question because I think there's also an intentionality around my team with this, working with brokers and landowners in our corridors to really identify those opportunities. We've got to get out in meetings with them. They say, this is what our development can do, and this is where the BRT can come in and be added layers of support and the value add. And we really want you to go be a storyteller. So when you're speaking with investors, you're speaking about projects, you really highlight what we're doing. And so for us, as we get out in the community, we engage regularly. So we really want to continue to do the ground game and then also be in a position to market sites and neighborhood investments. We're seeing it now, Council Member. Azalea is only the beginning for what this can do for Campbellton. Sure. So there's an intentionality behind it.
And I'll just add too, one of the things that changes, we have a really good relationship now with our brokers.
Yes, we do.
And before they're actually listing properties, they're coming to us and saying, hey, this is up. This is going to be on the market soon. So that gives us enough time to mobilize and to start being strategic on potentially us or partner or someone else trying to figure out this, it's happening in the market. They're going to go to nothing we've done, but how do we leverage that opportunity on the front end?
No, absolutely. And, you know, I say this as a supporter of the NRI initiative that the mayor's pushing. You know, if I hadn't won the race, I'd be supportive. I grew up off Campbellton Road. It looks worse than it looked when I was growing up. And so as I think about what's possible with NRI, regardless of what the funding mechanism will be, I think we have a tremendous opportunity to sort of reimagine how Invest Atlanta has operated. And this is not to take away from anything you all have done. I just think it's time to move beyond Central City and think about our corridors that really, as we think about the current economic environment we live in, a lot of our people don't leave their homes to go to work anymore. And so I think we have to think about our investments strategically in the same way, thinking about neighborhood hubs, thinking about transit hubs and where folks live, you know, intentionally as we deploy investment. And so with that, you know, this is something that I probably will delve more into when we are having in our NRI discussions. I'm sure I'm on the finance committee, so I'm sure you all will come before us as one of the you know, partner organizations that will assist with NRI and the TADs. But as a council member, leaning into the Campbellton Road TAD, what's happening today with Campbellton Road TAD, what will happen in the future with Campbellton Road TAD is extremely important to me. As we think about, you know, there are developers that are interested in doing work, but the Campbellton Road TAD, I think we need to be more strategic about it. You know, I've been going to the TADAC meetings, and I'm going to continue to do that. But and I'll get more into that as we get into the NRI discussions. But I wanted to give you all that as a precursor today. What our real strategy is, right? I think that some of the smaller investments are good. I think we also need to think. I think you've used this term a couple of times, Dr. Clemente, as well as you, Laurie. Catalytic. How can we go big and create the halo effect that gives the corridor the right kind of infusion that it needs? And so that's just food for thought for our future conversations. Less a question, more of a comment. Our housing opportunity bond work. I think that, you know, one of your pillars here in your 2027 priorities, the last one, which I think is probably the most important as it relates to District 11, Southwest Atlanta, is thinking about housing. I know that, from my understanding, the Housing Opportunity Bond was a revolving loan fund. Are developers paying back the money that they are getting from the fund so that we can redeploy those monies back into new projects? And I don't know if the question can be answered today, but if not, I would love to hear the answer to that in the future. Because unlike a small business owner getting a loan that burns off into a grant, this is different. We're talking about large scale developers who should be able to pay back their loans so that we can redeploy those dollars. And so I just want you all thinking about those. I think it's a good opportunity to talk about it as part of your FY27 priorities. Probably should go more in depth in a committee setting as we talk about NRI and TAD extensions. But is there any reaction to that question now, or should we wait until we get into the NRI conversation?
Yeah, I if I can, I would wait to the
Please.
NR conversation, and I'll have that also, the HOB funding. Now, my understanding, there is no more available funds on the
No,
HOB
well
side.
aware, but I mean, the funds that have been deployed are supposed to
Yes.
be paid back. So
Yes,
have people begun
they
to?
have been. I have not been informed of anyone not paying back on some of their
Okay.
loans, but let me get the exact number so I can tell you how many loans and what the payment is.
Because my
what I hear
question,
you
my
saying
question
you would
really centered
like.
in, I know that the original tranche of funding has been deployed.
Yeah, but you want to
with-
see what's coming back in.
But with the revolving,
Understood.
Repayments, we should be able to redeploy the dollars back out.
Yeah.
And so that's the question I have, because we got folks that need $3-4 million for projects in District 11 that are housing related. They need gap funding, but they're
course.
being told the HOB is gone. So,
Yeah.
and I don't want to suck the TAD dry, so that in this present state, the limited funding that we have is all being deployed into onesie twosie housing development. I think there's an opportunity there for us to take a look at that
Of
strategically.
course, happy to
deploy
run
it.
that list and send that to you.
Perfect. I think that is all, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is all. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Councilmember Collins.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you so much for these questions. Really appreciate it. So just I'll keep it narrow in terms of the sake of the conversation for the budget meeting. I know this only focused on the Department of Economic Development, which is only what we're looking at is only a $3 million budget. But of course, the rest of the presentation focused on the magnitude of impact. So just to align not only for us, but also for those in the public, can you share with us more of the revenue resources that are coming in that allow you to have the impact that you're talking about right now? Because I do think it is kind of confusing where we're only having a conversation about the $3 million that is in the and for my colleagues, what I'm looking at is page 304. Thank you, CFO and Deputy CFO. Invest Atlanta comes out the line item of our non-departmental. And so just wanting to see if we can get a little bit more meat on understanding the numbers of impact, even though we know this meeting is only focused on the $3 million that comes from the city's general fund.
Okay, so if I'm following you, correct me. If not, let me know, okay? But the numbers that you see on the screen right now are truly the economic development piece. So that is the bulk of the $3 million or the funding we get from the city. That really, truly is. If you looked at the Invest Atlanta overall, then those numbers would be bigger. Now, there will be some cross-reference to your point, because what happens if, like Councilmember Dozier, one of the legacy businesses gets a TAD grant? So there is crossover. So I understand your point about sometimes it being confusing, but we try, as long as in our mind, in our reporting, is if it hits an economic development department, employee or small business, then we try to put it in there to try to ensure clarity. Okay. Now, also, even though the Economic Development Department itself is funded through these funds, in terms of the back of the house, the legal support, the finance, the HR, all of those have a piece with that in that as well. But I think that we were trying to really carve out as much as we can the economic development impacts that those numbers represent, because that is 15 years, 2010 through 2025.
So the entire Invest Atlanta infrastructure, which is on the slide of the organizational slide, which is economic development, community development, and real estate operations, what is that total number of the operational cost that you all need?
Oh, gotcha. So our total budget, our total budget for the entire Invest Atlanta is 19.6 million.
So 19.6 million every year. 3 million of that comes from the general fund that we're having the meeting about today. The other 16 million comes from a combination of revenue that's driven from not only the TAD funds, but is it like some of the grants, bonds, some of those pieces as well? What are some of the other revenue resources?
From IRFA, from our Urban Residential Finance Authority, we get
IRFA, okay.
We get a $120 million allocation from DCA, and we charge transaction fees on multifamily housing deals. There's also other bonds that we issue that we earn bond fees for.
So we receive issuer fees, because at the core, Invest Atlanta is an issuer of bond.
Yep.
And then we also do get fund other programming that we've created. So you will hear the action that we take tomorrow is on CPACE, Commercial Property Assessment. This is a funding where we issue bonds, but we created the tool to help businesses access low-cost capital, and we get a fee for that. So we augment ourselves through issue fees, service
administrative,
fees, administrative,
fees,
and then administrator of the TAD. So all of that other stuff gets paid into other buckets.
Great. No, this is great. Thank you. And then I think my question I know I'll save more of the TAD conversation, understanding when we get to the NRI conversation as well. But I do, before the basis of the budget piece, because what these meetings are designed, looking at 507 in our budget book is the magnitude of the TADs before, that are before us for consideration. And so just thinking about my colleague, Councilmember Martin, in terms of Camilton Road TAD, when you do see, Camilton Road at 25 million, Hollowell at 10, Metropolitan at 8, Stadium Neighborhoods, which is 4 neighborhoods, at 19. But then you do see Beltline at 273 million, East Side at 100 million, Northwest TAD at 93, and the West Side TAD at 139 million. I do think that's where the question is in terms of just the equitable part of what that work looks like. So for me is, as we also know, we really cheer this as one of the things that I know I love about Atlanta. One of our largest ecosystems is our small business. Our small businesses. How do we move more into a space of being a grant issuing authority versus loans? Because that's the thing that that's what you're hearing from us. We're hearing a lot from our small businesses. They come to Invest Atlanta, but they're waiting for responses on loans versus grants. And so the deliverables on a grant, they have no doubt that they'll be able to deliver on that, but those funds are just not readily available to our small businesses as they are to our more medium-sized and large developments. So how can we support, or what is the space that we need to be looking at to advocate for more dollars that are actually grant funds versus encumbering already small businesses on additional loans?
I would just say it doesn't matter the size of the business in terms of grant or loans. It really is the source of the capital, where it's coming from, to how we can deploy it. So we specifically at Invest Atlanta, we're very active at applying for as many grant opportunities as possible. We have now contracted a grant writer to help us be more aggressive in getting those grants. So we were able to receive $20 million from Wells Fargo, which were basically grants, not all of them. There were some loans, but grants that we could give out. So we were able to deploy those. We were able to do some grants for the water situation that came out. We were able to do grants for COVID, CARES Act, and ARP dollars. So really just depends on the funder and how we're able to get those funding and the request on how the money goes out. So we would love to do as many grants as possible. It's interesting. I actually think that if there's this dual grant, I love the grant loan turn into a grant.
Yeah,
I think it's
yeah,
our,
yes.
personally, because it's our way to say, we want you to, stay here for a long time. We want you committed to Atlanta. And then if you are, give a little bit of it forward to help the next
Absolutely.
business. So that, because grant dollars are just hard to come by. So we have been very purposeful now and have hired a grant writer so we can go after every opportunity that's available to get those capitals that will allow us to grant the money.
Yeah. So Dr. Clementich, what you just stated, does that mechanism exist, like the loan to grant opportunity?
Yes, it exists now, and we've done it. We do it with the Commercial Down Payment Assistance Program.
Okay.
So you get up to $250,000 in a loan. You only pay about $50,000 back. That means you're walking away with a $200,000 loan to a small business in the city of Atlanta.
What the number of years commitment is on that, or what is the commitment on that?
It's it operates as a loan for the first 10 years at 3% interest rate. So I calculated it, but you over the time period end up paying about $50,000 of it back. And then it goes back into the fund, and then we, again, give a little bit forward so then we can help the next business.
And the revenue resource for that, is that through the city or that's through a private entity?
That has been through a private entity. So we did the pilot under Wells Fargo.
Got it. Oh,
and
okay.
it worked.
Oh, yep, I remember
and now
that.
we're working with Kindred Futures to refund that. And then expand that. Because that, to me, if I can get you as a small business to own your location, you are not susceptible to the increases in your lease rate from 1 year or 1 month to the next. Because we've had some business calls and go like, oh my God, they just, raised my rent so much and I cannot pay rent and payroll. So.
And this question may be for CFO Mo and the team. Is there anything prohibiting the city's general funds for being able to fund an effort like that? Like a loan to grant program or things of that nature? Is there, are we restricted in any of our, as a city, as for the city coffers to expand or support a program like that?
We have to confer with the legal department. There are some nuances with regards to support of private interests and private businesses using taxpayer dollars.
Right.
So
okay.
if it was a direct allocation to a business, I know that would be a no right away. If it was an allocation to a nonprofit, we have done that in the past that support small businesses. There's a feasible path for that. Constructing a loan program will probably require a regulatory step and some constructed mechanism that will help us get there. But
something like that to be in there. Yep.
it would probably, we'd have to look at it. I wouldn't be able to say just off the top if it's doable or not doable.
Thank you for that. And I was just asking, I think for us in these conversations, this has just been very good to understand opportunities for us to really expand great initiatives on behalf of all of our citizens, but also where you don't feel encumbered by other entities, because I can understand Wells Fargo definitely has their four walls of regulatory in this space. But I think that's what you're hearing from us, is that our ecosystem is evolving and becoming more diverse in so many ways, that there are just more requests in terms of how we, as their city leadership and entity, can truly support. So that's the only question, all the questions that I have and comments. But I do look forward to having a deeper conversation about how we can truly be a part of expanding the investment effort that really support our ecosystems throughout the city. So thank you so much. And thank you so much for breaking that down, understanding that the overall budget that you all have is $19.6 million, but for the sake of general funds, it's a $3 million commitment from us, and the other $16 million is the other ways that you sustain yourself. Okay, thank you so much.
All right,
Thank
thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Invest Atlanta. I hate to say this, been at this for a while. from the neighborhood side with the Atlanta Development Authority and infill housing and empowerment zone, all the way up to the great and wonderful work you and your team is doing. When it comes to economic development and the opportunity zones, can you just clarify some of that, clear up some of that conversation? When is the deadline? What is this round going to look like? How can we benefit from it economically?
Yeah, I think what makes it so confusing is I wish people would come up with a new name. So there is a federal opportunity zone, and then there's the state opportunity zone. So that's why the confusion, I think, for the average business, because they're like, well, is there two or one? So there are two different type of opportunity zones. The federal opportunity zone, we are hearing that it's coming from Department of Treasury. They're going to they're restructuring. This was Trump 1 had opportunity zones. Then they kind of dialed down. If you remember, there were investment areas, and then you got tax credit if you invested in these specific areas. The city of Atlanta, we those first came out, kind of crazy to think I was at Invest Atlanta. I applied for a whole bunch, and I remember calling Commissioner Nunn saying, Commissioner Nunn, I have some suggestions. And he's like, no, Eloisa, I pick. I was like, oh, I know, sir, but I ran all the data analysis for you. Well, I sent him 30, and I ended up getting like 25 of them. So I was like, woohoo. They end up turning not being anything. I mean, they really were not that effective. So now, to your point, they're telling us they're coming back. We have not seen the guidelines. No worries. Eloisa's already sent her list to Commissioner Nunn. I don't know what will happen. The state ultimately chooses them. There's certain criteria. There has to be, certain levels of poverty, crime. Like they're looking for very specific. So I had all the data run. We're waiting to see. We ran and sent any single place in the city that could qualify based on their statistics. We submitted. I figured it's easier for them to cut out than miss anybody. So I'm never going to miss money. So we'll see what happens. But I don't have a direct answer for you only because we're waiting on the feds to come back. Just to close off, the state opportunity zone is a special designation. Again, we were very aggressive to apply. And that is you get the big business tax incentive. Like if you're a big business, you get tax incentive. Only if you in this opportunity zone and hire 2 employees.
Correct.
You get 7,500?
3,500 per employee.
Okay. So that's on your state income,
Yes.
Your employee tax and your state income tax. So even if you don't make money, you pay employee tax, so you can take a leverage. So that's the state program.
And then, thank you for that. And then the last piece, I hear the work is being done. And I think it'll be beneficial for us to, if we did a comprehensive type thing when it comes to our corridors in the business. And what I mean by comprehensive, like you were saying, you have, I think it was, you mentioned one of your team members was on the ED side as well as, spending both. If you could put on paper, I don't know if that could be your third quarter or fourth quarter report to finance, but if we took ML King, for example, in which we have put from facade programs into businesses that, as you mentioned, that really don't own the building. They just own the business. But if we would say the ML King corridor and say, here are all the pots of money from TADs to banks to Main Street projects, and these are the things that we can do to implement, then colleagues and I can look back and say, okay, well, if they're going to do this, then this is the housing that we have to do around it, or here's the money we need to put in for extra special detail. Police foot patrol, Chief Shearbaum, if you're listening, to go on ML King. But if we had a comprehensive plan on paper that showed all of the advantages and opportunities for our business people to look at and to see, I think that'll go a long way. And I'm glad to hear that you're doing the work already. Just put it on paper so we can follow it.
Okay.
I think will be good.
Happy to do that. Yes, sir.
And I yield, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I think we got through all the questions from my colleagues. I don't carry a lot. Flat budget looks good. And so just appreciate you all coming today and speaking with us. Colleagues, we will now go into our lunch recess for today, and then we'll be back with afternoon hearings. We have at 1 o'clock the Department of Aviation. At 2 p.m., we'll bring in the Department of Grants and Community Development. And then please join us tonight at 6 p.m. for our public hearing for our tax millage rate, and at 6:15 for our budget public hearing. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you see. Yeah. And
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of day 6 of the City Council review of the mayor's proposed FY27 municipal budget. This afternoon for our first session, we welcome up the Department of Aviation and our airport general manager. We'll let you take it over, sir, and introduce your team.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Ricky Smith, for the record, General Manager for the Department of Aviation. I have with me Brian Benefield, who is the Deputy General Manager Senior and Head of Finance for Department of Aviation as well. Also have with me members of the team, of the executive team, but this is just a representation of the remarkable group of 1,100 employees that call the Department of Aviation home. And so, again, good to join you. And we look forward to presenting to you an overview of our fiscal year 2027 operating budget. This budget reflects our efforts to contain spending to primarily non-discretionary growth in personnel costs and in contractual services. And so you'll find a rather conservative effort to addressing the many needs that we have. As we move to the next slide. So we are, as a department, we've embarked on a new 5-year strategic plan that began last year, and it is slated to be completed and released next month. The new strategic plan is guided by 5 enterprise goals, as you see on this slide here. These goals include a safety goal, a performance management goal, a customer service goal, an innovation goal, and a sustainability/governance goal. These goals are supported by several enterprise objectives and key performance indicators. We're also at the process of working on a parallel basis with the offices, developing their office business plans that will include strategic objectives and strategies for each office to support the enterprise goals. The next slide is an overview of the airport's landscape. The airport's campus is contained within 47 acres. And this may sound like a lot of space. We're not the biggest airport in the country or the world, but as you know, we're the busiest and most efficient. But within that 4,700-acre landscape, we have 5 parallel runways, which is part of the reason why we're the most efficient airport in the world. 2 terminals, 1 domestic, 1 international, 7 concourses, and 31,000 parking spaces. And 9,000 rental car spaces, by the way. This infrastructure supports approximately 330,000 passengers on a daily basis. And these passengers are moved and supported by 2 automated train systems, 27 airline carriers, and this changes every year or so, 19 cargo carriers, and 389 concessionaires. So despite being the busiest and most efficient airport in the world, according to ACI, the campus continues to show wear and tear at a progressive rate. Through our ATL Next Capital Improvement Program, we have invested nearly $5 billion of an $11 billion multi-year program to add much-needed operational capacity, improve customer experience, and reinforce resilience. Furthermore, through technological and business process innovations, we're furthering our position as the most efficient airport in the world. So 2025 marked another year of accomplishments for ATL. Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport turned 100 years old, making a century of growth into a global gateway. We continue to be recognized as a worldwide industry leader in customer service and sustainability. This FTE workforce is buttressed by 255 extra help. Okay. So the efforts that I talked to earlier are supported by, as I said earlier, the remarkable group of some 1,021 budgeted positions. All of these positions are funded. Through quarter 3 of fiscal year 2026, we experienced a 16% vacancy rate with nearly 860 FTEs filled. This FTE workforce is buttressed by another 255 extra help positions that continue to provide much needed support with important, sometimes critical functions. In many cases, in these roles that are full-time in nature. Extra help positions include 94 full-time positions and 161 seasonal or summer positions. Summer employees, these are, as you know, these are part-time positions, and so do not have a full-year budget impact. Moving on to the next slide, despite experiencing a slight decrease in passenger traffic in 2025, we're optimistic about passenger growth during fiscal year 2027, as we forecast approximately 55 million enplanements for the year. This equates to approximately 110 million total passengers for the year. As illustrated in the slide, there will be seasonal fluctuations, including spring break periods, kind of 2 spring break periods, the Thanksgiving and the Christmas holiday period as well. So this is the ask. This is our proposed budget. As stated earlier, this operating budget reflects fiscal constraints around personnel growth and discretionary contractual spending. From a personnel standpoint, it reflects a personnel paper for 12 additional positions, 10 extra help positions being converted to FTE to support our ATL and traffic enforcement unit, and then 2 additional positions in our operations unit to further support our snow removal efforts. The approximately $861 million request includes $272 million in GARB debt service and other increases driven substantially by contractual services and previously approved personnel costs. The budget is supported by an operating revenue forecast of approximately $971 million. We're forecasting a fiscal year-end net reserve of over $110 million. DGM Benefield will lead us through a more granular discussion of our fiscal year 2027 budget, operating budget request, and its impact on the airport's debt service coverage. So I'll now turn it over to DGM Benefield, who will lead us through a more granular discussion. Ryan.
All right, good afternoon, FEC committee members, Chair Winston. I'm actually going to back up one slide real quick. I think this is my 5th presentation as the airport CFO. So you're probably going to hear, so those of you that have been here those years will probably hear some of the same things, but I think it's useful to talk about our budget at a high level and some of the assumptions that we go through and some of the importance. Ricky's already talked about how important the airport is as an asset both to the city, the state, and the region. But the financial health of the airport's a critical aspect of making sure that that asset is in top, performance, operational shape to really meet the needs of the future. To fulfill our mission, we must be diligent about the financial health of the airport every single day, year after year. As part of the financial management and stewardship of the airport, we take a big picture perspective and focus several key areas, which you will see in our presentation today. We focus on 100% of the operating revenues for the airport, but as importantly, we also focus on all of the expenses, not just the Department of Aviation expenses, but the fire and police officers that support the Department of Aviation, plus all the other departments that support us, including the executive offices, AIM, law, finance, procurement, human resources, ethics, audit, OIG, and the other indirect and other non-departmental charges. We also focus on 3 high-level metrics, and I'm going to walk through those. The $110 million that you see on this slide is what we would call our net reserve, or that's the amount that we would like to roll over every year. And really, that's the amount that we reinvest back into the airport. That's the part that goes into facilities like parking decks that the airlines don't pay through for rates and charges, and other key buildings and facilities that we do. The second one I'll talk about, and that's the last slide we'll get into, is the debt service coverage. And this is really just a measure of how the airport has the ability to pay its debt, right? So we'll get into that a little bit. We focus primarily, since this is the operating budget, on the general airport revenue bonds credit, but we also have debt service coverage on the PFC hybrid bonds and the CFCs, which we won't talk about today. And then the last metric that we focus on that we don't present in here, that's really more an airline metric, is the cost per enplane passenger. And that really is just a metric that says this is how much it costs for an airline to operate out of the airport. I will tell you, I will talk about that when we get to the rates and charges section, or at least the revenue piece. But these are really important indicators that tell us whether we're doing well as an airport or not from a financial health perspective. A couple of things: the airport has been rewarded for its focus on financial health with recent changes in our ratings and our outlook. So I'd just like to point that out. In December of 2024, we had a upgrade to AA from AA minus from S&P with a stable outlook. Just this year in March 2026, the same for Fitch. They upgraded us to AA from AA minus with a stable outlook. And just this month, Fitch also upgraded the CFC credit. Didn't upgrade it. They changed the outlook from stable to positive, which is typically your first step in a ratings upgrade. So it's really, again, a reflection of what the whole team is doing. But my finance team are superstars. I like to say that, but also I want to just give some credit to the city finance team, CFO Bala, Deputy CFO Carr, Treasurer Knight, and the entire finance team. We cannot be successful without their partnership, their support, and everything else. So I think it's a good opportunity just to give them some kudos and helping us as we make the airport strong financially. So let's look at our general approach from a forecasting standpoint. We typically make our forecasts and projections based on trends. You probably heard me through the years say that through COVID, it was a little difficult to do that. It's getting a little bit easier now. We also monitor our budget on an actual to budget basis every single month. We sit down with all the internal divisions on a quarterly basis and really look at those budgets. And this gives us the flexibility. Ricky talked about the in-plane passengers and the growth, but when a COVID hits or some other type of event, we have the ability to flex up and to flex down. We need to have that. And when we present our budget, you'll hear me say this every year, from a revenue perspective, I want revenue to be very conservative. I don't want to overshoot that because then we have to adapt if it's not. So you'll see which I hope is a conservative budget this year. I feel like it is, hopefully not too much. Expenses, we budget 100% of expenses, including personnel, because we need to be able to hire those positions, and we get those in there. And it also includes some personnel or contracts to ensure that on-call contracts to ensure that we have a little bit of flexibility in handling the things that we need to from day to day. So let's get into the details because I know everybody on this dais likes to look at the details here. I'm going to switch my deck here. So as we go through, I'm going to focus first on the revenues, and then I'll get into the expense side of the equation. But, first, I want to just kind of give you an orientation to this for those of you that haven't seen it. Again, this is the big picture view. So from a column standpoint from left to right, we just put fiscal year 25 actuals in here. This is just a reference point so you can see the last full year of actuals. We show fiscal year 26 adopted budget and what we think the projection is going to be, and that's against the fiscal year proposed budget. I'll talk briefly about the differences between the fiscal year 26 adopted and projected, but I'll focus more on fiscal year 27 to 26 budget and to fiscal year 27 to 26 projected as we go through. And I'm only going to focus on variances that are greater than $10 million, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions about specific ones that you may have as we go through that. So I'm going to orient us to the previous slide that we just looked at. I'm going to right now look at the fiscal year 27 proposed budget. Kind of the first dark line is your $970,905,000. That's your total revenue. And then further down, you'll see the $588,653. That's your total expenses for the year. And then the net revenue numbers listed down below at the $382. And just thinking about the last page, if you subtract that 272 from the 382, that gets you your $110 million of net rollover. Just making sure here. So I'm going to go ahead and get into the revenue section because I think the revenue section is important. It drives what we do every single day. Ricky talked about the enplanements. One of the things that we also is a nuance about what we do from an enplanement standpoint is we have connecting passengers and we have origination and destination passengers, and different components of revenue are based on different components of that. So, for example, parking is an origination type thing. So when we do projections, we want to understand that. Our projections this year, last year, O&D percentage of total enplanements was 43%. That dropped 1% this year to 42%. So it is having some minor impact. Well, I shouldn't say minor. It has a little impact on the parking dollars and the other pieces that are O&D related, including ground transportation. So those are definitely going to be a little bit conservative too. Just they're showing flat. Parking revenue strong, and we'll talk about that a little bit in a minute. So back to the total operating revenue, 971 million, 118 million, or 14% compared to budget. That's an increase. Now that's all driven, actually all plus a little bit, driven by the aeronautical revenue, and I'll talk about rates and charges in just a minute. We actually had a slight dip in the non-aeronautical revenues, again, partially because of that impact from the O&D percentage drop calculation this year. And then the budget to forecast, also the same, 122 million, slightly higher from an increase perspective. So let's talk about briefly again, fiscal year 26 projected to budget. Aeronautic, we actually did a pretty good job, I think, on the budget this year. It's really within scope, and so there's not a lot to talk about here from a variance standpoint. But aeronautical revenue is under by 6.6 million. That's really just driven by higher concessions credits because we had higher concessions revenue. So that's a natural related thing that's going to happen every year if concessions are higher. Non-aeronautical revenue increased by $3 million. We actually did have a drop off in our non-airline recoveries, and those are the costs that are associated with the rental car center and the SkyTrain. Just some reduction in the scope of the reduction in the cost of the contract this year, and then $4.6 million increase in other, and that's recoveries. We do not budget recoveries. That's if we collect outstanding balances or receive revenue that we don't generally budget for that goes in there. So let's get into probably what's more important. I mean, it's always important to look at where you're at day to day, but this is budget presentation. So we're going to look at the fiscal year 27, budget to budget and budget to projection. Aeronautical revenue. So the biggest piece of the increase this year is related to rates and charges. So rates and charges are primarily composed of an allocated portion of the O&M costs, specifically to your maintenance, security, operations, fire, and police. So if those costs increase, then the rates and charges are going to increase. So you'll see an impact both to landing fees and to terminal rents for that. But the bigger piece is additional debt that's coming online. We put debt that's related to airline projects into the rates and charges, so they pay for that. So as you finish up parts of a project, Concourse D is a good example of that, you'll start to see that project as we issue that debt will come into the rates and charges. So that'll drive up revenue. It also drives up cost per employment, which we'll talk about in a second. So that's why we always pay attention to that and why we work very closely with our airline partners to manage those costs. Airside rentals is also one that we want to look at. We are in the last stages of moving our fuel farm into a consortium, so it'll actually come off of our revenue expenses. We didn't take the standard operating revenue and expenses out of the budget this year because we weren't sure exactly when that was going to be complete, but we did take some of the projects out of the list, and we'll adjust the budget once that gets finalized. But you'll see a reduction already in airline rentals because of that. And then just talking about the cost per employment and the impact. So I'll just read them to you. Fiscal year 25 actual, fiscal year 26 projected, and fiscal year 27 budgeted. We have two components of cost per employment. We have direct cost per employment, which is what the airport's paying for, and then we have the all-in, which includes the AATC, which is the Atlanta Airline Terminal Corporation, and then TBI costs on top of that. So the direct CPE, 25, 26, and 27 is $4.48, $5.22, and $7.73 respectively. Very low compared to others within the industry. I would say there's probably only one other airport that actually has lower CPEs than us. If you look at all in, it's 802, 883, and 1141 respectively. And again, very low compared to the industry. So we do a good job of working towards the maintaining of that. As we get into our non-aeronautical revenues, that's the $466 million of revenue down at the bottom. The biggest thing, I mean, there's really not a lot of big variances there. I do want to talk about parking because I know there were some questions about that last year. In fact, we had just done the big rate increase about 20 days before we came here last year. I know, Councilmember One, you asked the question about that, and we were trending 21 days in where we thought we would be, but a year and 21 days in, we're actually trending better than where we thought we would be. So I just wanted to point that out. We said that we were expecting an 18% decrease in occupancy, but a 30% increase in revenues from that rate increase. We definitely are less than the 18%, somewhere around 15%. And then the revenue is probably depending on the month, anywhere from 33 to almost 38, 39% over where we were last year. So just wanted to point that out because I know that's interesting. Again, we did actually keep parking revenues relatively flat this year, as well as concessions. There's a lot of things going on in the environment, including FIFA. We'll see some positive impact from that, but we really wanted to just be very conservative on the concessions and are keeping that flat this year. So that's the only other thing I'm going to point out on revenue. I'm going to now move on to expenses. So, all the macro level things that we're always concerned about still at play. We always pay attention to these. Inflation, salary pressures, whether that's from new hires, turnover, retention. We have growing facilities. So we now have the South Red Deck coming online very soon. So we'll have that new facility. We have the Plane Train Tunnel West Extension that's coming online very soon. And then other things that are happening, like the Concourse de-widening project. But also just some increase in the scope of services to focus on customer experience, technological improvements, and just general operating posture. Personnel. I'm going to talk about that first. It's a $10 million increase budget to budget, which is about 5.8%. Before I get into the specifics on the dollars, I'm sure somebody's going to ask me this question, so I'm going to go ahead and answer it first. If you look at page 89, which is the head count page, there's a 142 head increase there. So I don't know which one of you are going to ask me that question. Those are really not new additions for fiscal year 27. They are almost exclusively the headcount and the budget system catching up with where the transactions were from previous. So I'm going to talk about that. We did a 74 headcount conversion in the the fiscal year 25 mid-year paper, number 24-0-1594. We actually budgeted for that last year, but the headcount wasn't included in the number. So just wanted to reconcile that. And then also we did a 50 headcount addition in the fiscal year 26 budget paper last year that was not included in the count, nor was it included in the budget. So we're catching that up. And then we had a couple of other things, some extra help positions, 9 of those. And then we have some planning positions that are also incorrectly captured in our budget, which we have a correction in the fiscal year 27 personnel paper you'll see tomorrow. But I see a question brewing over here, but we'll get to that at the end. So key drivers, that 50 ads last year that wasn't in the budget, that's the biggest impact of the increase to the budget this year, which is about $6.9 million in total. There's about $765,000 related to the extra help positions that are included there, and then about $2.2 million just of general salaries, benefits, and other things that are associated with that. So those are the kind of the biggest drivers. The budget to projected, typically on headcount, since we budget 100%, the gap between what budget to budget versus budget to project is just where we're running under on hiring there, or your vacancy rate. Probably the last one or two things I'm going to talk about here. The contract services is up $32 million, or about 10.9%. There's several things here. I'm not going to get into the depths of it, but I'll talk about the really big ones. We have increase in our airfield maintenance for about $9.1 million. $6.4 million of that is related to our winter weather operations, which was a heavy focus during the year, and we got an opportunity to test that out during this winter weather season. So we got to see how it went, and it went well. The $6.7 million is related to technology. Again, we're having an increased focus on technology. A big part of that is really some additional O&M on our communication and data rooms. So we have rooms all throughout the enterprise that store that. So we're enhancing that to make sure the technology stays up. And then some additional 2.1 on GIS and data management. The parking facility went up $6.5 million. Again, we have the new red South Deck coming on line, but we also had some increase in the park ride. Busing operations are very expensive, and they continue to grow in cost. So those are up also about $1.7 million. We went into a new negotiation with the plane train contract this year, but also we added the extension, which added some budget. So the total increase for the plane train system is $6 million. And then customer experience, we had some emphasis on additional coverage area. We moved some of our capital budget into the operating budget this year. That's about 3.5 of the 4.6. As I think most of you know, we're moving into a new facility. We have O&M that's adding for that at $3.4 million, and then a number of other smaller things in the budget. And then those are offset by some additional operational reductions, including the fuel farm costs that I talked about earlier. So as we think about fiscal year budget to fiscal year 27 projected, there's a number of things that are above and beyond. I'm just going to touch on the two big ones. We are underspent on insurance by $7.5 million. So that's one of the big differences there. And then the asset management comms room was 3.8. Slight increase in supplies. I'm not going to talk about that. And then the other thing I'll talk about is that I have as greater than 10 million is our interfund interdepartmental charges. So that is up 12.7 million this year. It's 11.5 million of that is related to the indirect cost allocation. This is one thing that I'm continuing to work with the city finance department on, just to make sure I have a full understanding of this. But just the big allocation changes from year to year are related to AIM, law, fire, and police. That make up a good majority of that $11.5 million. And that is all we have on that slide. So I'm going to go to the next one. This slide is just our famous bridge slide. So since we look at the macro view from our budget number presentation, if you are looking at your budget book and want to look at the Department of Aviation, you can see what the number, how those numbers tie to page 289, for example, in that first column. But it also gives you page references to all the other support departments, really just for you. I don't talk about this one much, but we had that question many years ago, so we've just left it in here ever since. And then lastly, but not least, is our debt service coverage. Again, this is a very important metric. Fiscal year 25 actual is at 1.74. We're projecting fiscal year 27 at 1.68. And we're actually proposing the budget at 1.5. When we actually calculated based on a conservative budget, it was a little bit less than 1.5. We know we can't go, for at least for the foreseeable future, below 1.5 because we have different mechanisms. We'll be underspent on expenses. We'll likely generate more revenue than one we have in here, but we also have some lease mechanisms. So we're showing the target and the baseline at 1.5 here. And we have a performance / AULA adjustment to get to that 1.5. It calculated a bit lower than that as we go forward. So it's just a trend to keep an eye on, but it's not something that gives me a lot of heartburn, at least for this year. So I think that takes us to the finish line.
So,
and I was way longer than Ricky, but we still saved you plenty of time for questions.
Thank you, Brian. So before we complete the presentation, at an earlier budget hearing, I think the PACE union, the Professional Association of City Employees, testified, and they provided some comments on all departments, including Department of Aviation. Just wanted to follow up to that discussion. COO Burks asked that the departments follow up on whatever remarks were made. And so we actually met with representatives of PACE last week, myself and some members of the team, to discuss their concerns. It was actually a very positive and productive meeting. Out of that meeting, we committed to a cadence of meetings with them, regular meetings that I myself will be involved with, to make sure that we're always aware of whatever concerns that they have, and that we can work with them to make sure that we're addressing those concerns. Ms. White and Ms. Pagnotta both joined us in the meeting. Again, it was a very positive meeting, and I want to commend them for engaging in a very productive discussion and conversation. So, again, just want to follow up with the council, let them know that we did pay attention to their concerns, and we're going to work closely with them to make sure that I think a joint commitment that came out of that meeting is that the next time they testify before council and they speak about Department of Aviation, they will talk about us as a model for the city and not raise the kind of concerns that they raised in the past. And so, Chairman, that completes our presentation. Again, thank you for the opportunity for considering this, and I humbly request your approval of our request.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for the budget overview for FY 2027. We'll get started with questions from my colleagues, and we're going to start off with our Transportation Chair, Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for a great presentation. I was joking that you actually have a great auctioneer voice, so if you ever need a second career, you have one there. Wanted to talk about the FTEs. I appreciate your preempting the question. I just want to make sure I understood that of the 134 FTE increase, part of it was just kind of a true up from things that weren't recorded from last year's number, right? And was that number 50, or was it more than that?
So there were actually two papers that are getting caught up in that 142 increase.
Yep.
One of them is the mid-year paper from fiscal year 25, and one of them is the fiscal year 26 paper. So 74 plus 50, and then there's still the 9 for extra help positions and the 9 positions related to planning that just are getting fixed in the fiscal year 27 position.
Got it. Okay, so it's 74, 54, 74 plus 50 catch up, and then you've got less than 10 that are coming in with our personnel paper for this year, and they're the extra help positions.
Well, they'll talk about the personnel paper tomorrow. There's no, that's not included in this number. So.
Okay. You went through all the questions I had in terms of the big variances, and I appreciate the level of detail. I may follow up with you on a couple of other ones.
Sure.
I wanted to go to the cost per employment number, though, because it is a pretty significant jump from FY26 to 27. And I guess either one of you just kind of help me understand the ramifications of that. Part of it, those aren't anything that we recoup or get back from passengers or airlines or anything, but it is just a thing that we use to monitor, right? So is that telling us something that even though we're lower than most in the industry, again, that is a big jump, and is there a signal there that we should be kind of watching?
Well, I mean, Brian made the point during his discussion of this that we still have one of the lowest CPEs in the industry. But, you know, if you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport, so it's very difficult to make an absolute comparison of CPEs across the industry. But you'll be hard pressed to find that over a period of years, the CPE going down. I mean, the cost of goods and services are going up, labor costs are going up, and in some cases, those costs are being borne by the carriers whenever we seek their reimbursement for applicable costs to at the airport. And so again, what we're presenting to you is a very competitive CPA.
Yes, but so we go from $5.22 to $7.73 in a year when the year before it was 80 cents. We're going $2.50 in 1 year.
Yeah.
So I just, again, is there something that in that we should be kind of having the conversation about or just be aware of?
Yeah, so I mean, a couple things. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on what Ricky said. I mean, first of all, the cost of building is substantially higher than it was, in 2019, right? And it's grown significantly. So you're starting to see some of that. But the other thing you're saying is like Concourse D widening project. That's a $1.6 billion project. That's starting to roll in. I mean, a big chunk of that's rolling into the rates and charges this year. There's a lot. Should we look at it? We should always look at it. I think there's no question about that. What we want to do is focus on the long-term trends. But the advantage of CPE is the airlines pay attention to this too, and they have what's called majority and interest rights. So they're not going to approve anything that they're not comfortable with from a cost perspective. So as we go forward, there's always the discussion between us and our hub carrier, but also the other airlines that represent at the airport as well. So it's always a kind of an iterative conversation to make sure that that number is managed and we're staying where we need to, but also meeting the future, because a Concourse D widening project's a transformative project, but it takes increase in cost to get there, right?
So if I'm inferring correctly, part of it is just inflation and cost of doing business is increasing, but the other piece is the impact of the capital investments that we're making in them. Okay, that's what I wanted to get at. Also wanted to ask about the debt service coverage, because we talked about this when we did the tour down there. I remember my first years on council. I mean, we were scraping by, but I couldn't remember specifically. You said 1.5 is the covenant, the debt covenant, right?
No, the debt covenant's at 1.2. 1.5 is the city
one that you set. Okay, so we are well above that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that the 1.5 that you are projecting, you feel is a floor because of the conservative projections that you made, both revenue and expenses.
Yeah, and it's important to pay attention. Also, another one important to pay attention to for the future. But as we do our modeling, when we go out for debt, we always look at that. What does it look like 5 years, 10 years, so forth?
I mean, those are really the only budget questions I have for y'all, because we hear from y'all regularly in transportation. Just a couple of observations. I mean, I know that y'all are very responsible and efficient with your expenditures. You mentioned it, just a lot of it is driven also by our airline partners that are going to be giving us pressure to maintain that efficiency as well. The one thing I do keep bringing up is that we like to brag about the airport, rightfully so. And what drives a lot of that is simply performance and user experience. And so to the extent that the investments you make and the decision tree in terms of projects, areas of focus, enhancements, or even just things that we decide we were going to scale back on, just making sure that y'all know this, just keep the passenger in mind, because I think those customer satisfaction numbers, while we understand they're just a number, they are our best indicator as to how we're doing. So, but I know y'all keep an eye on that. I appreciate the hard work that you and everyone in your team does to keep us proud, and really appreciate the fiscal stewardship. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. General Manager, just a couple of clarifications for me. One, on page 287, your org chart. In an email to council on May 13th, talking about the Business Services Division, maintenance was now reporting directly, I believe, to you, if I remember right, trying to find it. But in this org chart, it is still off to the side, reporting to Airport Operations and Customer Service, EDGM. Which org chart is correct?
So the Office of Maintenance is one of the newly created offices in the organization. In our org chart, it reports directly to the Executive Deputy General Manager. It is one of the Deputy General Managers in the organization. Just a matter of discussion, I mean, all DGMs have a reporting responsibility to the General Manager. But in this particular case, in addition to some other offices, the Office of Maintenance reports to the Executive Deputy General Manager.
Okay, well, on the 13th, I sent this email back to you because what I'm showing is Department of Aviation General Manager, then a direct line to the Office of Maintenance, and the Deputy General Manager is vacant on this chart here. So we're clearing that up in another manner. Dealing with numbers, I'm trying to understand your increase in the FTE. And if I am correct, you're talking about increasing that number to a tune of $7 million and only bringing in 134 people. If we brought in 134 people, everyone, if you divided that number, the rough math would be 56,000 a person. This may be a personnel question later on into this season, but I'm just trying to explain $7 million for 134 people, whether that falls amongst the average worker.
So just for clarification, a little bit of it's a reconciling issue, right? So the headcount itself is showing a full add for this year, but we already have some of that budget that was put into the fiscal year 26. Some of that's being picked up in fiscal year 27. So the 74 positions that were converted from extra help into full-time at the mid-year fiscal year 25 paper, those were actually budgeted in fiscal year 26. So those are already baked into the kind of the core base budget. It's really just the 50 head count. So it would be closer to, I don't know what are exactly our average salaries, but it's much higher than what you're talking about. So those are the ones that are related to the actual increase year over year.
And somewhere in that acquisition or changing over, because we're increasing the number of people we're hiring, increasing salaries, but health insurance is dropping. How did you work that magic? That's
a question. That's actually a good question, and one that the health insurance should actually not be dropping this year with the headcount, unless I'm going to have to actually follow up with you on that question, because it really should not have dropped. It should have been at least flat, unless.
What is he comparing, actually?
You're probably on.
I'm looking at page 291.
Yeah.
Yes.
Workers' compensation, group help, and others is dropping by $1 million.
Yeah.
So you're comparing budget to budget. I think a better comparison would be actual to budget. So it was an over budgeted item before. In FY25, they spent $11.2 million while we budgeted $16 million. Now we're budgeting $15 million, which is still enough cushion because we're projecting that to be under 15, probably closer to, it's still going to increase, but we're projecting that to be closer to 13 or 14 million. So 15 is the appropriate budget.
Okay. That explains it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Collins.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I just have a really quick question, and you probably explained, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss it. So looking at the budget, the largest line item increase is from purchasing and contracted services. Can you give us a little bit, can you explain again what, I guess the increase in those services we can anticipate for FY 2027, if there's any specifics that you can provide?
Well, Brian will run through that again, but it's largely driven by new contracts or renewed contracts and the associated increase with those contracts, an enhanced or expanded commitment to snow removal. We tested out a new model to snow removal last year where we brought in a contractor to supplement our team. It worked very well. We're going to carry that forward. That's reflected in this budget as well, and there's some other odd items that Brian can go through.
Yeah, on top of that, the other items that we talked about, there's about $6.7 million in technology investment. Part of that's maintenance of our communication and data rooms. We have some new facilities, or at least the new Red South Deck facility coming online for parking. So that's about, there's an increase in parking of about $6.5 million. 2.9 is for that facility increase. And then we also have some increase for our park ride operations. The plane train, which is the system that runs underground, there's a $6 million increase specific to that contract. And part of that's contract renewal, but also we're opening the Plains Train Tunnel extension this year, so they'll be handling O&M on that. And then the last kind of really big one is the $4.6 million for customer experience, giving both additional coverage, but also wheelchair service outside the curb as well. So those are some of the big items, but certainly if you need more, let me know.
And then my last question, just if, you know, and also just going by CFO Mo's explanation to Councilmember Amos, what time of the year are the budgets reassessed? So let's say, for example, because I'm, you know, let's say, for example, this line item of the purchase and contracted services, which is about $42 million. We know there's a procurement process. Let's say, though, you know, there's an underbid or you're able to secure a contract less than what you budget out. Those funds are reassessed at what time of the year? That's
a good question. If there is a need for a budget amendment throughout the year, there's a process legislatively where we can amend the budget. That is to account for any things that could happen. Revenues could increase or be impacted, or some decisions operationally could be decided internally by the department, and they would bring forth the budget amendment to council to consider. If it doesn't require a budget amendment, there is some ability for people to do budget adjustments. And budget adjustments happen internally between, you know, contract services and supplies, non-personnel stuff that can move back and forth, and we'll coordinate as that's needed. But generally, the department does an excellent job, and their financial personnel look at everything on a monthly basis. They track actuals to expenses on a monthly basis. They keep track of procurements, cash position, everything that is required to look into the budget. They forecast. They do everything that is needed to make sure that they are well within their projections, and they tend to take a conservative approach to budgeting. So I don't see that being an issue here.
Yeah, no, I was just curious, just in terms of, I know what you're stating, kind of shoring up some of the things that that rolled over to the following year or whatnot. And it's probably more so a general question, CFO, when we kind of shore up just the whole budget process, period. But thank you so much. That answered my question. I just I'm sorry if I missed that information, but thank you for that breakdown again. I yield, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. And actually, we have no more questions from colleagues. So we're going to finish about 15 minutes early, but always appreciate you all. Phenomenal presentation of going through the numbers. Mr. Benefield, you always do great on that. So thank you both for being here. I see Commissioner Lunnan is in the room. So if Department of Grants and Community Development is ready to go, we will quickly transition over to our last briefing of the day. Thank you all.
I like to try to.
got weird times.
All right, welcome back, colleagues, for our 2 p.m. proposed budget review of the Department of Grants and Community Development. You all can find this information on page 475 of your budget books. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Lonan to introduce herself and her team and give us your overview. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, all council members. I am Deborah Lennon, and I serve as the Commissioner for the Department of Grants and Community Development. I have served in this role since November of 2020. I am joined today by the department's 2 directors and our business manager, all of whom will introduce themselves, starting with Director Jones.
Good afternoon, Director Genevieve Jones. I serve as the Director of Entitlement and Competitive Compliance, and I've been with the department since August 2022.
Good afternoon, council members. I am Vivian Turner, and I am new to the Department of Grants and Community Development. However, I'm not new to federal contract compliance and regulatory requirements. I have been with the department for 3.5 weeks.
A wonderful 3.5 weeks.
It has been a wonderful 3.5 weeks.
Hi, my name is Aletha Perkins, and I am the business manager for the Department of Grants, and I have been with the department since September of 2024.
So I'm going to give a little overview because I know we do have some new council members. DGCD is charged with deploying and monitoring the city's federal entitlement funds that are allocated from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. Those funds are community development block grants. On average, the city receives $6 to $7 million annually. The emergency solutions grants, on average, the city is allotted $600,000 annually. Home investment partnership program, on average, $2 million. And housing opportunities for persons with AIDS. We range between $12 and $15 million annually. DGCD also oversees the city's Section 8 moderate rehabilitation program. The city's competitive HUD funds for Healthy Homes program and the lead hazard reduction program were recently transitioned from this department to the Department of City Planning. The funding recommendations that DGCD presents to you annually are premised upon the priorities identified in the city's 5-year consolidated plan. That plan is approved by HUD. The funds that we recommend are primarily for projects aimed at stabilizing and developing our communities and neighborhoods. Also for providing low to moderate income residents access to decent, habitable, affordable housing and furthering economic development. We also assist other city departments with submitting their applications for competitive federal funds. The FY27 organizational chart before you reflects 38 full-time positions. That includes the department's vacant deputy commissioner position, the 2 directors seated to my right, and 6 managers, including Ms. Perkins, seated to my left. DGCD utilizes a portion of each of the grants received to serve as our funds for salaries, trainings, and other permissible uses. Thus, the majority of this department's funding is from grant funds, not general funds. The city's general funds, though, do support remaining positions and other activities that are not eligible for federal fund use. It may also help to note that we operate on multiple calendars. We operate on the city's fiscal calendar, the federal fiscal calendar, and then our programmatic calendar, which is January to December. And so a lot of what you'll see in the presentation or the information provided crosses across all 3 of those different timelines. All of Mayor's 4 pillars are applicable to the work that we do, but we do list and categorize most of our work under a city of opportunity for all and effective and ethical government. Our grant funding cycle typically starts with the federal government's allocation of our funds, and then we receive that notification. Then we award the subrecipients. The process can be a little confusing or convoluted, especially if you're new to it, but we aim never to lose sight of our purpose, and that purpose is the people who ultimately are the program recipients, the residents who leverage the funds to create better lives for themselves and to create brighter futures for their children. We're also grateful for our community partners whose mission it is to provide those services. For FY26 and program year 26, the impact of the entitlement funds included housing assistance for 3,168 residents, along with the supported services that CDBG funds permit for 3,092 residents. The home funds were utilized to assist 1,376 residents. ESG funds assisted 1,393 residents combating homelessness. HOPWA funds assisted more than 1,000 residents, and thus a total of $23,403,509.74 were expended in CDBG, funds that are still remaining from CDBG COVID, home funds, the home ARP funds, which are the equivalent of the home COVID funds, HOPWA, ESG, and ESG COVID funds. Director Turner will now provide additional accomplishments.
Again, good afternoon. The Department of Grants and Community Development Office of Program and Fiscal Operations facilitates contract execution, budget management, project management for funded agencies. We strive for operational efficiency every day. We recently began implementation of a new platform that will promote efficiencies for our Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS program, HOPWA. Unite Us is a cloud-based platform that will establish a centralized intake and referral service designed to streamline access to housing and supportive services. The initiative also includes the development of an affordable housing directory that will provide a mobile response platform allowing for real-time access to affordable housing opportunities. The system will enhance communication between HOPWA service providers and program participants. It will support more efficient service delivery and help ensure that participants receive appropriate and supportive services. We anticipate the full launch of the new system in late 2026 or early 2027. Our goals for 2027 include strengthening our existing relationships with home and CDBG, housing partners and developers, as well as identifying new partnerships. We want to support the city's continuum of care partners in their rapid rehousing efforts for individuals and families experiencing homelessness and housing instability. And finally, improving our coordination of our HOPWA services throughout our metropolitan service delivery area.
Thank you, Director Turner. This year, we also identified additional ways to enhance our processes and to modernize our approach. Some of you may recall a time when reimbursement efforts range from 144 days to 300 days, but those days are gone, and we won't even consider or think back to what contracting needs to look like, Councilmember Juan. We will not revisit that. Our subrecipients today, I'm sure, can affirm that DGCD's team today averages processing reimbursements in 17 days. And we are very grateful and appreciative of their support throughout this transition. We've also fully implemented the Neighborly platform for our NOFA process with the help of Commissioner Good, Director Quarles. We've also added assistance from 311. You've already heard Director Turner mention our Unite Us platform. Our administrative team within the department leads many of these efforts, and Ms. Perkins will now touch upon some additional accomplishments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, council members. The administrative support team plays a critical role in the department's operational success. The team is committed to improving efficiency, accountability, and service delivery. Over the past 2 fiscal years, we concentrated on developing more structured, sustainable, and effective workflows that are compliant with the Code of Federal Regulations. We aim for seamless, coordinated administrative efforts internally across DGCD's offices as well as interdepartmentally. The administrative team has streamlined reimbursement tracking, payment verification, and finance monitoring processes, thereby strengthening vendor relations. We've improved staff response times and resolution procedures, standardized routing, approval, and payment monitoring procedures, resulting in improved timeliness metrics. We've also expanded staff onboarding and cross-training efforts for better service continuity and staff readiness. We've identified workflow inefficiencies and implemented corrective action plans that improved operational performance. For the fiscal year 2026, the admin team focused on sustaining our previous procedural improvements while managing increased operational demands, expanded workloads, and evolving priorities. As our workloads increased in volume and complexity, the team consistently exceeded 2 CFR's 200th 30-day payment processing mandate and maintained an average processing timeline of 17.1 calendar days, demonstrating our steadfast commitment to excellent service delivery. For FY27, the administrative team will remain centered on workflow optimization, continuous process improvements, and delivering operational excellence. We aim to reach and maintain an average payment processing timeline of 15 calendar days or less, further strengthening our vendor relations and advance DGCD's long-term service delivery and compliance goals.
And so what does all that mean? In one word, compliance. None of this matters if we are not compliant with the federal regulations as applicable to these funds. And thus, we have focused on that because reverting to anything other than compliance jeopardizes all of our funds. And on that note, I'm grateful for all of you who send community members directly to our department when they have questions about the program, because or any of our programs. And as I've shared before, wanting to do good work in the community does not necessarily qualify you for CDBG and the requirements that are attached to it. So again, we thank you for sending those questions our way. We've also focused significantly on our drawdown process. Years ago, HUD would call or just pop up weekly, quarterly. I see CO Burks in the room, and I'm sure she recalls being in some of those meetings. Primarily, they were focused on our failure to timely draw down federal dollars. Well, now, weekly, monthly, sometimes daily, it's not that we're meeting with HUD, it's that our IDIS team that's led by Tammy Alvarez is drawing down funds just that regularly. And we have, I don't know if this is wood, but whatever it is, we have not had to have those calls, and we will not revert back to that. The IDIS division, along with all of our fiscal team, remains very committed to maintaining those standards and exceeding those standards. Director Jones will now expound upon our gains and our plans as it relates to compliance.
Good afternoon. The Office of Entitlement and Competitive Compliance oversees the timely submission of all of the HUD regulatory and mandatory reports. Those include our city's consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. Additionally, our compliance office facilitates our notice of funding availability. In FY26, the Compliance Office enhanced our outreach efforts for the CAPER and the NOFA process by partnering with the city's Office of Communications to leverage our social media platforms and regularly update program information on our department's website. We were intentional in our efforts to engage and inform residents about the city's planning and funding processes for federal allocations. Our expanded communication and engagement strategies contributed to a 41% increase in agency participation in our most recent 2026 NOFA process. This yielded 255 participants in 2026, which was an increase from 2025's 180 participants. DGCD also received 61 funding applications in this FY26, which was an increase of 19% from the 51 funding applications we received in 2025. The Compliance Office also manages our city's Section 8 Moderate Rehab Program, which is a project-based housing program that provides rental and utility assistance to eligible families. In FY26, our Section 8 program successfully reduced its number of vacant units from 40 down to 12. Residents who are eligible for this program have usually limited options, and our efforts allowed more eligible households to access these affordable housing units. Our department anticipates that by the end of first quarter of FY27, the program will reach full occupancy, which is 128 units across both program properties. One of our key goals for FY27 is to establish and implement fair housing initiatives aimed at strengthening outreach, education, compliance, and enforcement efforts while increasing the city's capacity to affirmatively further fair housing for Atlanta residents. DGCD remains committed to ensuring all funded programs and activities comply with applicable federal, state, and local regulations and standards while promoting equitable access to housing opportunities throughout the city.
That commitment is directly linked to the accountability that we also hold ourselves to. HUD holds us accountable, Mayor holds us accountable, and thus we hold the funded entities accountable, and we are grateful for the work they do. The city receives the funds, but it is our partners in the community who provide the services that ultimately benefit our residents. The federal funds that we administer are disseminated by internal departments like the Department of City Planning and Municipal Courts, long-term partners like Status Home, Aid Atlanta, Partners for Home, partners like Invest Atlanta and Habitat for Humanity, and also partners like Quest Community Development and SUMEC Community Development, and Santa Fe and Venira Village, particularly those who are remaining staunchly committed to providing affordable housing or affordable housing access to residents who are at or below 30% AMI. There is not a lot of profit, if any profit, in that particular area. And we're grateful for our partners who remain committed to providing housing for those residents. We're also excited about how our partners utilize their funds and leverage their funds to help meet Mayor's goal of 20,000 affordable housing units. These community stakeholders are critical to our success. And as we prepare for FY27, we remain vigilant and are constantly thinking of ways to combat the funding crisis, the federal funding crisis, and our ever-changing affordable housing platform, affordable housing landscape, affordable housing obstacles, affordable housing surprises from day to day. But one thing this department does well is pivot, and we are committed to remaining ever flexible so that we can meet our residents' needs. So, going forward, we'll continue to stay committed to strategically applying the data and making informed recommendations to Mayor's office and to this council. We will utilize our consolidated plan, the Neighborhood Reinvestment Initiative data to better anticipate and adapt to the changes. We're going to leverage existing partnerships and engage new community stakeholders so that we can continue to increase access to community development opportunities, to affordable housing. And we realize that while rental units are primarily the focus of these funds, some people still want that American dream of home ownership. And so we remain committed to assisting those residents who desire to own their own homes. The Department of Grants and Community Development is ever-changing. We've had years where turnover exceeded 50%, but we're stable. Again, if this is wood, I am knocking and knocking twice. This team is committed. They work long hours. I think the majority of the people who are in this building don't know exactly what we do or the requirements of these funds, but this team does. And I am grateful for this team. They approach every day with a servant's heart. They're also very committed to the community and active. DGCD team members have been recognized for their commitment to environmental efforts, for mentoring, finding really unique ways to uplift the community. And I don't make them do it, but collectively, they'll just choose days. And Director Jones participates in a lot of them and go out and clean up a certain subset of the community or sector of the community or just participate in something. It builds camaraderie amongst the team, but it also exemplifies the commitment to our community and to the residents. And it's equally important that we show them the same level of commitment. And for our department, we are consistently offering opportunities for professional development. It is part of our budget, and partially because it's covered by the funding, the federal funding, and the team takes advantage of that, and they're grateful for it. And so we remain committed to maximizing use of organizational assets to optimize performance and to streamline operations and thereby better serve our residents. I think this is probably the simplest position count you may have had to review, but as I mentioned before, the majority of our positions are funded through general funds, but we do in fact have 38 full-time positions. And as it relates to the proposed budget for 2027, the variance in the total funds from the previous years and from this year versus what's proposed is primarily to just level set, to make us align with what we usually expend in general funds, and so that we can be a little closer to having a budget that's right on point. We're grateful for the support that we receive from other City of Atlanta departments, particularly Controller Golden in the Office of Grants Accounting. I'm surprised that she still answers my calls. We communicate a lot. As a matter of fact, she hired someone specifically for my department. That's how much we require of them. The person hired couldn't focus on just my department, but the intention was to just focus on this department. The Office of Grants Accounting bends over backwards for us, and we are grateful for that. And it's important to take a moment for us to acknowledge that spirit of collaboration. The same for the City Attorney's Office. So Deputy City Attorney Karen Edwards, again, she actually doesn't always answer my call now, but I think it's because of the promotion. I don't think that a department of our size is supposed to have access to 3 or 4 or 5 different attorneys, but we do. They answer, they call, they guide, and they understand the importance of this work and the importance of getting the verbiage right, and that the regulatory requirements are just as important as what the city requires, and we're so very grateful for their assistance. Rhonda Woods in HR, including the Office of Organizational Development, which spent a ridiculous amount of time with us last year and the year before, but that work has paid off. And I think it's a significant cornerstone and part of the reason that the team is now so stable. And also thank you to every person in finance and every person connected to helping us with our requisitions, our POs, our revised POs, our canceled POs, our requests for new POs, vendors who say they have their ACH and then they don't. And when they can't receive their monies, we have to ask for a paper check. That is not always the easiest thing. But we're very grateful for all of the city departments, named and unnamed, who continue to assist us and support us in getting this work done. When I was asked to come up here, all of you were smiling. I'm presuming it's because I'm your last department presenter, but nevertheless, we are prepared to answer any questions that you may have, and I'm grateful for your attention today.
Thank you so much for that proposed budget overview. We're going to get things started with questions from my colleagues. We'll start off with Councilmember Juan.
First of all, Commissioner, thank you for all the work that you've done. And I think you undersell the progress that you've made since taking this position. I mean, the fact that we don't get bombarded like we did that first year of last term is a testament to your work and your team's commitment. I also just appreciate that your team's effort is so key to our being able to leverage outside resources to further advance what we need to do. Your budget request is flat and pretty straightforward. I did want to lean in a little bit to your FTE request. First off, the snapshot that you gave is jarring in the sense that you've got half of your positions vacant. And then I noticed from your org chart, 2 of them are pretty key positions, the deputy commissioner and then a compliance manager. So what are the headwinds that you face in terms of, what that paints for us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilmember Juan. In previous years, having so many vacancies caused a lot of issues for us. As a matter of fact, you'll recall we had a special condition to address our capacity concerns. One of the tricky things about being primarily grant funded is that it doesn't always relate in these presentations. And so, in fact, all of the positions, most of the positions we need are occupied. They're not vacant. Remember, I mentioned that these facts and these numbers are primarily about general funds. So we have transitioned the majority of our positions from general funds to grant funds. So we actually have many of the positions that we need. The remaining positions are going through VRB, and we anticipate that they will be approved. Now, the deputy commissioner position is a key position, but the Healthy Homes program and the lead hazard reduction program that I mentioned was transitioned from DGCD to DCP. That deputy commissioner is leading those efforts in DCP. So the work is continuing, just in a different department. And I want to be very intentional about when we bring in or promote or whatever the process may be, a new deputy commissioner. Director Turner is new. How many days?
3.5 weeks.
Okay, 3.5 weeks. Stabilizing her and the team and maintaining the strides that we've gained is really important. But I have no reason to believe that we would not be able to fill that position. And collectively, those of us who are in the other positions, just naturally with this team, we just step up and we do what needs to be done. Mayor's office is very supportive in making sure I don't lose people who are doing more work than they initially signed up for. As it relates to the second compliance manager, we actually just merged a couple other positions in that office so that we can have a compliance manager. So it's a new position, and we have permission to fill that.
I'm gonna say part of the hiring, you better not let the word get out that on your 3.5 week, you're gonna have to face a budget hearing right out of the gates.
She didn't know, we didn't tell her.
You said that a lot of your positions are now funded through grants versus general fund. What's the percentage split, both number of positions as well as dollar amount?
The 30 positions that are occupied now are in fact grant funded. And then we have positions that remain general funded and they are approved, but finance is kind enough to give us time to determine if we actually need to fill those positions. So in this moment, we're 90% grant funded. And then the balance is to figure out what the needs are, what's going to happen in that federal funding crisis that we're in. And to be a little bit just more transparent with you, I also have to consider how long I can expect the team to take on the responsibilities of 2 or 3 people.
Yeah.
And so we're working through that with HR, with finance, and with mayor's office.
Okay. So 90% are grant funded, both if you calculate it by number of positions as well as by salary dollar amount?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the final question is, you are requesting a one additional FTE. What's the nature of that?
That's only because when we merged a couple of positions, when there was an exercise that was asked of all departments, we merged a position, we moved that merged position from general to grant. and it didn't work, and we needed to put it back. And again, they're working with us and giving us back that position.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, those were all of my questions, but I, again, just want to express my appreciation for the hard work that y'all do and the importance of the function within our city's mission. So.
Thank you, and thank you for your support every year that I've been here. I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you. Any other questions from colleagues? Seeing none, I do have a question, but I want to be very careful about how I ask it. See if you can read between the lines a little bit. We're about 1.5 years into dealing with changes that are out of our control from a higher level. At the beginning of 1.5 years ago, you all were dealing with a lot of changes, losing a lot of grants, that kind of thing. Would you say things have stabilized a little bit, or?
No.
Okay.
No. No, stable is not the word that I would use.
The opposite of that.
I think the team just comes in prepared to pivot every day, and we've gotten a little better. We've had experience now in how to pivot and in what areas we can anticipate change, in what areas we can proactively plan, and then we build in certain cushions. I will also say the city permits me access to some phenomenal resources. Terry Lee is a phenomenal resource, and her connections in different parts of HUD or complement mine, or maybe mine complement her. She answers when I call, I answer when she calls, we collaborate. Invest Atlanta has resources that allows us to project and plan. Mayor's office is very supportive. So no, nothing about this has stabilized, but we've just learned to pivot better and to plan better and to be more strategic and to focus all of our efforts and resources on the most urgent needs while planning to shift to the next most urgent need.
Understood. Well, to Councilmember Wan's point, we appreciate you and your team, your adaptability, being able to change on the fly and continue to fix operational efficiency along the way. So really appreciate you all. And with that, since we don't have any other questions from colleagues, we will adjourn this session. I do want to remind our viewing audience that tonight at 6 p.m. we will have a public hearing for the tax millage rate from 6 to 6:15, and then at 6:15 we will have our budget public hearing. So look forward to seeing all of my colleagues tonight. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.